The September 15th special city council meeting will come to order. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Geracaris.
Here.
Councilmember Kelly, she just stepped out. She'll be back. Councilmember Harris. Present. Councilmember Isles.
Here.
Councilmember Newsma.
Here.
Councilmember Burns will be late tonight. Councilmember Sufferton.
Here.
Councilmember Davis will not.
I'm here.
be. You will be online?
Yes, I emailed you.
Okay, so
very recently.
We'll vote you into the role in a sec. Councilmember Rogers.
Here.
And Councilmember Mayor Biss.
Here, we have a quorum present and are prepared to do our work for the evening. The first item on the agenda is approval of virtual councilmember participation. It is my understanding that Councilmember Davis has requested to participate virtual for an allowable reason. Is there a motion to approve this?
I'll move the approval of Councilmember Davis's remote participation.
Second.
Councilmember Geracaris moves approval of Councilmember Davis's virtual participation. Councilmember Newsma seconds. Seeing no discussion, would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Geracaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
With 6 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries, and Councilmember Davis's virtual participation has been approved, and she will remain on the roll for the rest of the evening. We now come to the hard part. The next item on the agenda is public comment. I have in front of me 2 public comment sheets, one from public comment and one for the public hearing. And then I have some digital stuff too. But let's start with the sheets in front of me. So the sheets in front of me, one is for public comment that's about to happen, and the other is for the public hearing that will happen pretty shortly thereafter on the comprehensive plan. But actually, everyone who signed up on the public comment sheet specifically enumerated the comprehensive plan. It's your show. I just work here, but I would respectfully suggest that if you're here to talk about the comprehensive plan, unless there's a specific reason to speak twice, I would think doing it during the public hearing, when, by the way, people will probably have more time and we'll all be speaking on the same topic, makes more sense. So let me first begin, and I'm not trying to call you out, you certainly have the right to if you want. Is there anyone who signed up specifically for the public comment and not the public hearing on this yellow sheet who in fact wants to speak during the public comment rather than during the public hearing, which is focused on the comprehensive plan? Okay, we have at least one person. Great. Okay, well then we're going to do, then there are some online people also in that same situation. So we're going to start with the in-person portion of public comment, beginning with Darush Mabadi, with 3 minutes, he said, taking a risk. Trying to figure out what a fraction is before you know what the denominator is. Go ahead.
I'm unfamiliar with this. I have a question before I introduce myself. What I want to discuss is not the comp plan. I want to talk about something else. Is that allowed? Okay, very good. Let me get my glasses out and we'll get started. Good evening, council members and Mayor Biss. My name is Darush Mabadi. I live at 1024 Hinman. I'm also one of the members of the Evanston's Land Use Commission, which I'm sure some of you know. I'm a real estate and financial professional, which I think will bear some interest to my comments. As you can imagine, this project, the 605 Davis project, is of great interest and great concern for myself and many others. At a prior LUC meeting, we voted on the 605 Davis apartment development. As you may know, I voted against the project in its current iteration. I have been told that the reasoning behind my vote against this project was outside the purview of my responsibilities as a land use commissioner. I happen to believe a little differently. However, I'm here tonight as a citizen before the City Council and not as an LUC commissioner. I believe the 20% inclusionary housing provision on this project will cost the City of Evanston many millions of dollars. and lost real estate tax revenue. Some estimates have approached 35 million over the 30-year period. I've been supplied with analysis of this from various sources, including those who support this project and those who are against the project. I've been told that the city currently is nearly 17 million in the red. So I ask you tonight, when you debate the merits of this project, to include the economics as part of the conversation. I'd like to point out a couple other things. I very strongly support the need for workforce affordable housing in Evanston. I would happily pay more in real estate tax if that could be provisioned to address that need. I believe when affordable housing is discussed in our various communities, the consensus thinking is family housing, accommodating raising children, caring for the elderly. We do not hear the need to expand or focus on affordable studios or one-bedrooms. People want to live in Evanston to raise their families. Our affordable housing agenda should be more reflective of that. And it is true that every one of those studios and one-bedroom affordable units get filled. So I'm not taking a whack at them. I'm just saying that we need to be more considerate of the other part of the affordable housing equation. I would ask you to approve this project, before you approve this project, to request from staff a comparable loss consequence analysis of the tax revenue that would be associated with doing this project at 10% versus 20%. I'm almost done. At least know that if you approve the second 10%, what the true financial costs will be associated with that approval. To conclude, I love the design of this project. How do I stop this thing from beeping? Stop talking.
You don't, yeah.
But we need, one last thing, we need to remember that overwhelmingly this city has been developed over the last 125 years and has been done, for the most part, without expanding tax credits to do it. The city seems to pop out of the ground pretty well. This site screams develop me. You don't need to support it. It will get built. Maybe not this developer, but someone will build on this site without question.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else who signed up for the non-public hearing, public comment, who wants to be, who's on this page first, we're going to get to the online in a minute, who does not want to be shifted over to the public hearing? Okay, so we're now going to keep this page for.
I have a question, Mr. Mayor.
So
is this,
I'm going
this
to.
concerning?
So I'm working first through the people who are signed up in person to speak in person, and then we're going to get through everybody. But we've started with that. Okay, so we now move to the among the people who signed up online to speak in person. It appears to me to be the case that all of them also are signing up. Rodney Green. Is Rodney Green present? I have not seen him today. All right. So the rest of the folks who signed up online to speak in person appeared also to have signed up to speak on the comprehensive plan. Is there anybody else here in the room who wants to speak in the regular public comment rather than the public hearing that's going to happen shortly? Okay.
Mr. Mayor, my question is that testimony? Is that the difference between testimony and public comment?
I don't, the point is there's two opportunities, and if people are seeking to speak once and not twice, then it probably makes sense for them to sign up. And if people are seeking to speak once and not twice, and they're signing up to speak on a specific topic, and we're having a hearing on that topic in a few minutes, I would recommend that they speak during that hearing, not the other time. That's all.
I'm in, thank you.
Absolutely. It's just not recommended. No, I think if I'm just by eyeballing it, I think everyone signed up only once, which is, I think, a best practice. But no, it would have been permissible to speak twice. All right. So we now move to the online public comments. And they begin with Malika Gardner, who will be followed by Meg Welch, and then Darlene Cannon. It appears to be the case that Ms. Gardner is not in the Zoom, so we move ahead with Meg Welch, who I actually saw here in person earlier.
I signed up for in-person. I'd like to do the public testimony. I can defer my comment until then.
Okay. Then we move ahead with Darlene Cannon. Is Darlene Cannon online? Okay. And then is there anyone else online who signed up specifically, who would like to be a part of the regular public comment rather than the public hearing?
Yes, Renee Sutherland.
Renee Sutherland, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Hey, grocery tax. If you're really looking for money, why don't you cut money that you give to the cops? Let's talk about how the cops got you to waste hundreds of thousands of our tax dollars on their pet project of mass surveillance. You embarrassingly hand money over to the cops that you should use to do something right. Like you could fix the stairs at 2014, 2018, and 2024 Wesley so those 24 apartment units could continue to be an actually affordable home for generations of Evanstonians, as they were for generations of Evanstonians until those of you in power decided to help gentrifying developers who have wanted to see you destroy those buildings instead of protecting those residents and protecting their homes. I've never heard any of you apologize for taking our money and giving it to right-wing private company Flock, who we warned you would let cops all over the U.S. have access to all the information you let them collect and save forever with those cameras, including feds like ICE. I have not heard Daniel Biss apologize, council members, Chief Stewart, Manager Stowe, none of you have apologized. First in 2022, Evanston cops and Luke Stowe paid Flock $24,999.90, 10 cents less than the $25,000 that they would have had to ask City Council's permission for and make the public aware of through an open meeting. Then 2 months later, they paid another $24,996. So I guess they saved us like $4 that they could have gotten away with, right? So you should be embarrassed, because then Flock cooked up the plan for Chief Stewart and Commander Glue to bring you an agenda item in January 2024 to act now, renew for 5 years, get a special discount, but only if you agree to do it right now. He told council that if you took any time to actually get answers to any of the questions and concerns that he gave vague answers to, then that big, beautiful discount would have been taken off the table. So Mayor Biss and council members all took that bait and all fell for weird lies from Glue, like if they checked a checkbox that said that we didn't want other cops to search our residents and visitors' data for immigration-related reasons and abortion-related reasons, then it would be impossible for any cops to search if they had those reasons in their hearts. And then when the cops were caught by researchers in the community, cops were caught doing exactly what we told you they would do, Chief Stewart continued to lie. Up until this day, she hasn't admitted that she either wasn't auditing those searches or she was, and she saw all the ICE-related search reasons and all the bogus reasons that cops said their searches were for, like Z and ZZZ. And this summer, she and Sergeant Geese came to that goofy doctor's office building that you guys are sitting in right now, paying millions and millions of dollars in rent to call 2 floors of that building City Hall now. Am I still on?
Yes, you have 10 seconds left.
Use the money. So use your money for things that are right. Don't waste the money. And you don't need to do a grocery tax. Just cut the funding to the cops, do better, and apologize for what you did and hone up to it. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else in the Zoom whose request to give public comment was intended to be part of the regular public comment and not the public hearing that will begin shortly.
Just a comment. Next time when you publish the agenda, make this clear and you can save a lot of time.
All right, in that case, this concludes public comment for the evening. No one signed up to speak twice. We now move on to special orders of business. Is there a motion relative to item A in special orders of business?
Mr. Mayor, I move adoption of Ordinance 39025, adopting a 1% grocery tax effective January 1st, 2026.
Second.
Councilmember Newsma moves adoption of Ordinance 39-0-25. Councilmember Harris seconds. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Geracaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
This is on the grocery tax. No.
Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton. Aye. Oh, Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Davis.
No.
Councilmember Rogers.
No.
With 5 voting in favor and 3 voting against, the motion carries and Ordinance 39-0-25 is adopted. We now move to our public hearing. I now am opening the public hearing on the Envision Evanston 2045 Draft Comprehensive Plan. We will begin the public hearing with public input. Every member of the public will have 3 minutes for their public input, and we'll begin with those who signed up on this sheet to do regular public comment. They'll be followed by those who signed up on this sheet to the public hearing, and then move on to those who signed up in the various ways to do, who signed up online to comment in the various ways. Councilmember Rogers.
I have a quick question for council. Don't sneak away quite yet. Do we do this under oath or not at the council level? We do at land use, but I don't know what the council's practice has been.
I'm not sure the council has had a practice. Because it is public testimony, it should be done under oath, yes.
Thank you.
So can you explain the ramifications thereof for everybody?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor. I would just suggest that the way it's handled in land use is you ask that everyone that plans to make public testimony here tonight raise their right hand and swear to tell the truth and the whole truth. And state their name when they...
As in one show of unified truth-telling now, or one by one later? All right. Would those of you who intend, whether you are here or at home, to participate in the public hearing this evening, please raise your right hands. Do you all swear or affirm that you will, in the course of your testimony, tell the truth and the whole truth?
Yes.
You love to hear it. Beautiful. Thanks, everybody. We now move forward with Frank Hill, who will be followed by Roger Williams and then David Galloway.
Good evening. My name is Frank Hill, 7th Ward detached single-family homeowner and Board Vice President of Rezoning for Better Evanston. The history of zoning in the U.S. and in Evanston is a history of racial segregation. Our zoning code was last revised in 1993 and is exclusionary, and its roots are deeply embedded in the racist zoning codes of the first part of the 20th century. Evanston remains segregated. R1 and R2 zones in Evanston are largely affluent and white. The margins aren't even close. Meanwhile, we white North Evanstonians pride ourselves on living in such a diverse city. Diverse from what, one might ask, but that's a longer conversation. We spout a narrative of exceptionalism that before I moved here had me believing Evanston had done what other places couldn't, but we haven't. In fact, we may do it worse than other places because us self-described progressives are constantly clapping ourselves on the back for having done a thing that hasn't been done. Substitute language for H2.1 of the comprehensive plan will be introduced tonight that references an expansion of small-scale multi-unit development by right throughout the city of Evanston. Small scale is not a term of art used in planning or development. What we accomplish in the zoning code will depend on how that term is defined. And there's one thing I can say for certain: duplexes or even triplexes by right will not change anything about affordability or density. Not affordability, which might allow younger, less affluent, perhaps, dare we dream, black families to move into overwhelmingly white northern Evanston. Not density of less affluent young families that might have to rely on public schools and might have save D65 from dying a slow death. And certainly not segregation by race and class. The strategic housing plan released last night is entitled Housing for All. Let's take the playfulness of the number 4 in that title as a signal. And let's take aim at 4 or more multi-unit development by right throughout all of Evanston. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Roger Williams, who will be followed by David Galloway, and then Leslie Levin-Shulroff.
Good evening. I'm Roger Williams. I'm a real estate broker in Evanston and the president of Rezoning for a Better Evanston. This is regarding the substitute language in H2.1. It says, develop and implement policies that expand by right residential development, including small-scale multi-unit housing in all residential districts. I want to stop here and focus on the small-scale multi-unit housing. Small-scale multi-unit housing actually are duplexes. They will be barriers that will impede the diversity that many in Evanston claim they desire. Here's why. These homes are out of the financial reach of many missing middle, moderate income, and black homeowners and renters. The average sale price of a duplex in Evanston is $524,000. Granted, this is considerably less than the $905,000 average sale price of a single-family home in Evanston. However, for people who are looking for affordable homes, such as teachers, firemen, and black Evanstonians, $524,000 is a steep climb. By the way, $524,000 price tag requires down payments of $105,000 at 20%, $52,000 at 10%, and $26,000 at 5%. For those without generational wealth, these numbers are an unscalable barrier. The executive summary of the strategic housing plan says Evanston's neighborhoods are economically and racially segregated. How true? It was Evanston's exclusionary zoning policies that segregated the neighborhoods in the first place. Expanding duplexes across Evanston will perpetuate this segregation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is David Galloway, who will be followed by Leslie Levin-Shulroff and then Tony Ray.
Good evening, council members, mayor and city manager and city staff. I hope that you have all received and had an opportunity to digest my letter of September 2nd from the Board of Design Evanston and the membership of Design Evanston pertaining to the execution of the new zoning ordinance and how our organization might better serve the design needs of your own individual district. We are in support of the memorandum provided by Joe Caprilli and the group that he represents that was included in my letter. We want to emphasize the importance of the future zoning ordinance as it will define how exactly the rubber meets the road from the comprehensive plan. We should all be in agreement that additional residents and housing are needed in our city. I can think of no place in the city that could not benefit by a few more residents, and they all can bring, and all that they can bring to our communities. The most urgent needs, of course, are in subsidized affordable housing and market affordable/attainable housing for existing and the abundance of new people seeking to live here. In your recent language in the housing section of the current CP, you stated, quote, identify and implement policy changes that expand by right development, particularly for multi-unit housing in residential districts and a range of higher density housing options in mixed use and downtown districts. I want to caution about the use of by right in this description and to add the following condition to that adjective. By right as to be specifically defined in a new zoning ordinance that contains objective design standards, which will be composed of both verbal, numerical, and most importantly, graphic language that reflects the respective scale and context of each respective neighborhood. This obviously needs to be done by the zoning consultants or consultant team, and this will take time, but the benefits will be extraordinary. If this is effectively done, there'll be a much better understanding of what is allowed. It will expedite approvals and construction and provide products that can be admired in the neighborhood. In a sense, a win-win. This approach is sometimes referred as the California state standard for by right multi-unit housing. Similar verbal, numerical, and graphic information should be provided for less dense approaches to increasing residency in areas where significant changes or no changes in the perceived density are created. Also, the zoning process should be able to modify the existing land use map as appropriate to satisfy its specific goals. Thank you for your time and attention to these matters.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Leslie Levin-Shulroff, who will be followed by Tony Ray, and then Sarah Peterson.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the Council. My name is Leslie Levin-Shulroff, and I live in the 3rd Ward Historic District, 1140 Forest to be exact. What I love about my neighborhood is its mix of housing types. I am not asking for high-rise right next door to my home, but I would welcome courtyard buildings or small multi-unit apartments. Evanston needs more housing diversity. We also need a stronger tax base and more residents. Too many young people who grew up here and older residents looking to downsize can't find the homes they need in Evanston. And they leave for places like Wilmette or Glenview. That means we're also losing their spending power. Through my work with the soup kitchen at Beth Emmet, I see how many people are just one paycheck away from losing their housing. Affordable, accessible options are essential. Evanston prides itself on being open-minded. Let's extend that to housing by making sure the comprehensive plan includes multi-unit housing across all wards so families, seniors, and workers of all income levels can stay here and keep our city vibrant. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Tony Ray, who will be followed by Sarah Peterson and then Megan Tai.
Good evening, Mayor Biss and members of the City Council. My name is Tony Ray. I live in the 1st Ward at the Marion. Prices for what's considered affordable housing have risen dramatically, and it's largely because there simply aren't enough units to meet demand. When there's not enough housing, prices go up, and those at the lowest income levels get pushed out first. That means the very people who work in our schools, care for our seniors, and keep our city running are being priced out of living here. We need more housing units across the city in every ward, and we need a much larger share of them to be affordable to people at different income levels not just moderate income households. The comprehensive plan is our chance to change the trajectory and create a community where everyone can belong. And I'm representing the Advocacy Committee of Interfaith Action of Evanston.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Sarah Peterson, who will be followed by Megan Ty, and then Paul Breslin.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and city staff. My name is Sarah Peterson, and I am a 6th Ward resident, and I'm also the Executive Director of Open Communities, a fair housing nonprofit based here in Evanston. This weekend, our organization held our annual event, Walk the Red Line, where we educated participants about the history and lingering harmful impacts of policies like redlining that segregated our communities and solidified racial disparities in health and wealth. Although redlining was made illegal with the passage of the Fair Housing Act of 1968, some of our policies still in effect today reinforce racial and economic segregation in our community. At our event, several people told me how they were saddened to learn details of discrimination in our city's past and angered to recognize new ways discrimination appears today, like in our zoning code. With civil rights under attack at the national level and neighbors fearful for their rights to exist in peace today, we have an opportunity locally to correct past wrongs and create a future Evanston that reflects our shared desire for a diverse, thriving city. Let's make sure today's policies don't further segregate our community. Thank you for supporting multi-family housing that's safe, affordable, accessible for a range of people throughout the lifespan. We all have different needs in housing, and we need all of it. Throughout all of Evanston for a more racially and economically integrated tomorrow. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Megan Ty, who will be followed by Paul Breslin and then Bonnie Roth.
Hi, my name is Megan Ty. Just this weekend, I hit 1 year as an Evanston resident, and it's taken me all year to come to a city council meeting, but it's my goal all year and all summer. I'm the mom of an 8-month-old in the back. I'm working full time, so pretty busy. My husband and I are doing, we've come here, as many of you said, to raise a family. We came here from the East Coast, and we were attracted to come to Evanston because of its missing middle housing, its walkability, its fantastic location, and the fact that we were able to buy a 3-flat for under $500,000. That's incredibly rare. It's part of what makes Evanston special. I'm proud to live on a block where there's a single family home to the south, and there's another 3-flat to the north, followed by another single family home 2 doors down. We are a perfect example of of a beautiful Evanston block that has a variety of housing for a variety of types of people. So again, I'm here to express my support for improving the availability and variety of transportation housing choices in our community. We love how walkable Evanston is, the transit-oriented development. And again, we fully support building more duplexes and other missing middle housing like the kind that I live in. Likewise, investment in public transit, pedestrian infrastructure, and protected bike lanes is the direction we should move in to address traffic and congestion concerns. We are a 1-car family, and we would love to stay that way, but we're dependent on transit to be able to continue doing that. When housing and transportation policies work together in complement, we can achieve our sustainability and affordability goals while building the infrastructure that makes vibrant and diverse communities possible, like the 4th Ward of Evanston. I support advancing this plan with these recommendations for housing, as well as the transportation investments that will make realizing them successful. Our community's future depends on beginning to take action now. So thank you for all your work you're doing to help us move forward with Envision Evanston 2045.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Paul Breslin, who will be followed by Bonnie Roth and then Nancy Floy.
Okay, I'm Paul Breslin from the 1st Ward, and I am going to read you a cautionary tale from the city of Vancouver in British Columbia, Canada. This is an article by Patrick Condon, who is the James Taylor Chair in Landscape and Livable Environment at University of British Columbia School of Architecture and Landscape Architecture. Behold Vancouver, where since 1960 we have more than tripled the number of housing units within the city limits. In 1960, the city was already built out with no undesignated or unoccupied parcels. Thus, with this tripling was all infill densification or changes in land use from industrial to residential use. This was an unreservedly good thing in all but one respect. This giant surge of new housing supply did not lead to more affordable housing as we all hoped. Somehow, confoundingly, the reverse happened. During this period, Vancouver housing prices quadrupled, rising faster and further than in any other North American center city. Currently, Vancouver home prices are North America's highest and the third most expensive globally, behind only Hong Kong and Sydney. So he asks why this happened, and citing Adam Smith and the economic historian Thomas Piketty, he says it's because the land under the new development is more valuable in our assets economy than the building. So whoever owns the land drains the profits. And if you build the land with more units, it becomes more valuable and the landowner makes more money, but it doesn't bring down the housing prices. That's why supply and demand did not operate in Vancouver. So he is interviewed, and his interviewer says, well, you know, you've been getting a lot of hostile commentary since you changed your mind about this. You attract on social media all kinds of name-calling. People who say more and denser development is inherently a solution and a progressive one call you a NIMBY and all kinds of other names. It feels weirdly visceral to me, as if these abundant housing advocates don't want to entertain your basic thesis. Why do you think you've received such backlash? Answer: I am exactly identifying wealth inequality and late capitalism as the culprit. Or more precisely, a global economy that has moved markedly away from one based on earned wages to one based primarily on the value of assets. So he goes on to say that if the complaint that housing is unaffordable because NIMBYs block new development, that's not why. If NIMBYs are the problem, they are a profoundly ineffective one. And finally, he adds, well, I was going to talk about his approval of what Cambridge is doing, but you'll get a document from me, all of you, very soon. It's almost finished.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Bonnie Roth, who will be followed by Nancy Floy and then Larry Akey.
My name is Bonnie Roth, and I live at 418 Church in a multi-unit, specifically 6-unit building in the First Ward. I am here tonight to support a comprehensive plan that allows for similar housing in all parts of the city. I understand the anxiety engendered by change, and I also see the damage of simply maintaining the status quo. Sadly, I have observed as skyrocketing rents have eroded the diversity that drew me to Evanston. At my faith community just up the street, First United Methodist Church, all year round, we see the impact of rents that are too high. Our Thursday soup kitchen and the overnight shelter are full of people who are struggling with housing insecurity. For over 40 years, I have appreciated and enjoyed the benefits of a walkable neighborhood with easy access to groceries and transportation. I'd like to see a future in which everyone in Evanston can enjoy these benefits too. Thank you for your time. You have put extraordinary effort into this exceedingly difficult task, and I trust that you'll do the right thing by voting on behalf of Evanstonians of all economic means. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Nancy Floy, who who will be followed by Larry Akey, and then Brian Hansen.
Hello again. I'm Nancy Floy from the Heartwood Center for Body, Mind, Spirit, a Buddhist temple I founded in Evanston 27 years ago. I live in the 2nd Ward, and Heartwood is in the 2nd Ward. And I am here to envision Evanston tonight as a city of religious tolerance and peace. I spoke to you all last week about the hate activities generated toward myself as a Buddhist woman and Heartwood as a Buddhist temple as a result of the 60-page document written by Adam Finlayson and published in the Roundtable. Last week, I shared with you evidence from our attorneys identifying the legal inaccuracies in the document. I shared and read to you the public text chain on Reddit between Adam and who he identifies as Mayor Biss, which has contributed to the hate activity against myself and Heartwood. Some of the haters identify as supporters of Mayor Biss and Chrissy Harris, our councilperson. Last week, I shared with you the cease and desist order served on Adam, and we have received his acknowledgement. I'm here tonight because the hate activity continues. It is clear from the hate content and the text chain between Adam and Mayor Biss that Heartwood was targeted because of our opposition to Popeyes locating next door to our Buddhist temple. We have chosen to say no to more fast food in our community, and we are targeted in hate activity. This is inexcusable, and I'm asking it to stop. I'm here tonight to again request Mayor Biss and Chrissy Harris to ask their supporters to stop the hate activities against me and against Heartwood. I'm here tonight specifically to ask the council members to act in their fullest capacity to see that this hate stops. The latest hate activity is calling into question whether Buddhism is even a religion. They say in the most ugly and hateful ways that it is not, and that it follows that Heartwood cannot be a Buddhist temple. Let me be clear. Buddhism is the 4th largest religion in the world, larger than Judaism. There are 3 to 5 million Buddhists in the U.S., and there are 324 to 535 million Buddhists worldwide. Buddhism was recognized as a legal religion in the U.S. by the Supreme Court in 1961. Heartwood is a legally recognized religious 501c3 by the IRS, and we are in compliance with all of our activities, such as the 6 units of subsidized housing. We are housing 6 families right now that could not afford housing otherwise in Evanston. The Roundtable article that published Adam's 60 pages of lies has not only damaged our reputation, but has generated hate and threats towards me and our center. I look forward to the follow-up article from the Roundtable that presents the actual facts, and I believe this follow-up article from the Roundtable can help stop the hate activity. I believe these actions were taken by Adam with the knowledge of our mayor in an attempt to silence me and Heartwood around the Popeyes zoning issue. This is unacceptable. The hate activity will not silence me or our community and will not stop our protest of Popeyes locating next door to Heartwood. I will be at the Land Use Commission meeting next week, and we'll see you all again when the issue reaches you at council. Until then, let's stop the hate, Evanston. We're better than this.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Larry Akey, who will be followed by Brian Hansen and then Andrea Liss.
Mayor Biss, members of the council, for the record, my name is Larry Akey. I live at 1814 Dempster in Ward 2. I'm here tonight on behalf of both Heartwood Center and the West Village Business Association. I want to thank the drafters of the comprehensive plan for mentioning the Arts District at Florence and Greenleaf in the 2nd Ward. I'm wondering why they didn't also extol the virtues of the food swamp at Dempster and Dodge. I want to note that the priority that came out during the community engagement process to, quote, support local businesses and provide more resources and initiatives to local and family-owned businesses instead of large franchises. That's on page 17 of your comprehensive plan draft. I'm wondering why then the push from the city staff and from some members of the council to impose yet another fast food franchise at the corner of Dempster and Dodge when we've brought you a local alternative for a family-owned business. I also wonder why this priority of supporting local businesses over large franchises didn't make it into the economic development policy statements on page 108. But my main concern tonight is that I'm concerned that this comprehensive plan is laying the ground to remove fast food restaurants from the special use process. Although it's not explicitly stated in the comprehensive plan, I'm inferring it based on the number of statements, the number of repeated uses of things like reduced city processes, remove barriers for redevelopment and new businesses. I would note that a draft zoning plan that was previously published by the city does in fact remove fast food restaurants from the special use process, thereby confirming my fears. I think we need to recognize at least two qualitative differences between fast food restaurants and a local restaurant. First, economically, fast food restaurants tend to export wealth from a community, whereas local businesses, local restaurants tend to build wealth within the local community. With a fast food restaurant, fast food franchise, roughly 50% of the annual sales are exported out of the community. This happens in a number of ways. A typical franchisee pays royalties of 4 or 6% to the franchisor. Popeyes, for example, would pay 4 to 6% to the management and shareholders of Restaurant Businesses International. Popeyes also operates from a strict supply chain system requiring materials be purchased through exclusive contracts with national suppliers. A local restaurant would have much greater opportunity to source locally. In short, I hope that as you move forward with this process, that you include specific language in the economic development section of the comprehensive plan to ensure that fast food franchises are not given carte blanche to open up anywhere in Evanston that's zoned commercially. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Brian Hansen, who will be followed by Andrea Liss and then Tricia Connolly.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. My name is Brian Hansen. I'm a 24-year resident in Evanston and live in the 6th Ward. And I'm here to speak in support of Envision Evanston 2045 Comprehensive Plan, specifically the opportunity it gives to us to support rezoning for more affordable, missing middle multifamily homes throughout the city. Evanston has long prided itself on being inclusive, equitable, and forward-thinking. But our current zoning code that was written in 1993 does not reflect those values. It puts restrictions on the kinds of homes we need most: duplexes, triplexes, fourplexes, and multi-unit apartments. We need to re-legalize the types of homes that make our neighborhoods diverse, walkable, and welcoming to people of all incomes and backgrounds. The draft Envision Evanston plan rightly asks the big question: will Evanston be equitable in 2045? You know, that depends on the choices we make today on these issues. And if we want teachers, nurses, seniors, and young families to live here in Evanston, not just to commute here, we're going to have to re-legalize modest, affordable housing in every neighborhood. Otherwise, we risk becoming a city of greater exclusion where only the wealthy can afford to stay. This isn't about massive development. It's about a general increase in homes in Evanston, homes that fit the scale and character of Evanston while expanding opportunity. It's about undoing decades of exclusionary zoning and making room for the next generation. Calling for rezoning for missing middle housing is not just a policy change, it's a moral commitment. It says that Evanston belongs to all of us, that our future will be shaped by inclusion, not by scarcity. Let's make sure Envision Evanston 2045 lives up to its promise. Let's embrace rezoning for affordability, equity, and a thriving future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Andrea Liss, who will be followed by Tricia Connolly and then Paula Twilling.
Good evening. My name is Andrea Liss. I've lived in the 3rd Ward for over 40 years and have had a business in the 4th Ward for over 30 years. From all the research and reading I have done, the learning and listening to experts, what I have come to believe is that it is not appropriate to have the phrase by right in a comprehensive plan, which is more of a vision statement. By right language removes the opportunity for input from neighbors, the community at large, and can open the door to developers without any input from our local people like me, who are Evanstonians and have the best interest of all of Evanston, certainly within each of our neighborhoods. Evanston is a world-class city and deserves a plan that is of the same caliber. I also question the directive references to the strategic housing plan in the language that you guys are going to vote on today, because we haven't had a chance to look at it yet. So I'm for that, but would like to not have it written in until it has been contemplated. I urge you to remove those phrases from the comprehensive plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Tricia Connolly, who'll be followed by Paula Twilling and then Linda Damashek.
Good evening, Tricia Conley, 2nd Ward. I'm here to speak tonight about Popeyes and Envision Evanston. Why does our code suggest that the design and review committee is still part of the process when it was not for this type 2? The public was not given the opportunity to attend an administrative hearing or any other discussion about Popeyes other than a ward meeting, which was very unclear about how this would be decided, and that certainly isn't stated in our code as a way for the public to participate. Let's be clear, this wouldn't be up for debate in the 1st, 3rd, 4th, 6th, or 7th wards. This would never have taken months to say no to a Popeyes. That is offensive. In regard to Envision Evanston, how exactly do we plan on promoting people staying in their homes when we basically are opening up zoning by right? This is a game of winners and losers. How does this help people staying in their homes when the private market starts smiling and dialing people like they have me twice in the last few months about selling my property? This is capitalism, folks. It isn't going to happen with market forces. We know this. So what is our city going to commit to help us have more affordability? You can't build your way out of it in the private market and expect prices to go down. Please show me something somewhere where that's changed significantly to help people in lower middle income situations. And by the way, I've heard people speak about the history of Evanston and redlining, which, yes, we have to acknowledge that. But let's talk about more recently about what's gone on here under the purview of our city. We have removed 16 people out of their affordable housing in the 5th Ward. They are scattered. They no longer have the community that they once had. And we were fine with doing that. I'm not sure where some of these folks were in that, but, you know, they could have used all of our support. How about the 4 townhouses on South Boulevard? We seem to be okay with the Housing Authority of Cook County saying, you know what, we got to remove those because we're going to make a denser building. That's shameful. Those were subsidized units people had lived in for years. I believe it's upon our city to say, you know what, Housing Authority, keep those, do your thing next door, and let's move on. But you don't remove people who are already in subsidized situation. You figure out how to make that better for them. Nothing changes in Envision Evanston if you don't start changing your behavior. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Linda Damashek, who will be followed by Sheila Sullivan and then Jeff Smith. I sure did. The next speaker is Paula Twilling, who will be followed by Linda Damashek and then Sheila Sullivan.
Good evening, Paula Twilling, 7th Ward.
The process of creating EE 45 has been unfair and undemocratic because connected groups had undue access and influence towards its creation. The early and subsequent resident outreach was deficient. City staff claimed the initial puny 2 to 3% outreach exceeded the industry standard. A later attempt fell short. For those who have said that if people don't know about the existence and the contents of the comp plan by now, then they are not paying attention. Here is an example that refutes that. I was at a fundraiser recently for a candidate for the 9th congressional seat and met a man who resided in Evanston for many years. He acknowledged that he knew very little about the comp plan. He is not alone, and everyone knows this. So there remains an overriding need to inform and engage the public. Unfortunately, we are here tonight discussing the final version for council consideration. Many EE 45 proponents have tried to imply that those opposed to the comprehensive plan, particularly the housing goals, are somehow elitists and obstructionists. If elitist means you value green space, feel that a continuous churn of removal and filling new landfills and using more and more concrete to create this unsustainable and environmental urban utopia, then I will probably wear this mantle. The supporters of this comprehensive plan want to set the stage so they can follow in the footsteps of other municipalities that have already changed their zoning. Yet the results of these changes elsewhere are beginning to be known, and they are not having the effects that proponents were convinced they would see. Since others have already cited studies that do not bear out this belief system, we need to ask then, what is the real reason and desire to upzone entire swaths of the city? The real reason is this: to try to increase land values by changing the zoning with the hope that you bring in more revenue with a new dense environment. In addition, the anticipated permit fees are being used to try to balance the budget. Our elementary school district has needed an unquenchable supply of money and yet has been unable to satisfactorily educate all our students, despite having one of the highest per pupil costs in the state. Since Evanston has consumed nearly all its vacant land, supporters of EE 45 on the council have bought into the idea that we must upzone our existing districts to build up in order to keep our city afloat. We have nothing but real estate to offer. The trouble is that many residents do not want to offer up their real estate, their own or the parcels we own as a city, to merely continue this unsustainable path. There are possible sites for redevelopment and places for affordable housing, but Evanston cannot provide for the affordable housing demand that we are supposedly expected to provide in every ward and on every street. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Linda Damashek, who will be followed by Sheila Sullivan and then Jeff Smith. Is Linda Damashek not here? Could have sworn oh, there you are. So Linda Damashek followed by Sheila Sullivan and then Jeff Smith.
Linda Damashek. It is absolutely imperative that there is not by right development all over Evanston. Why? Because that gives the developers the control, not the residents, not the policymakers. Profit motive will reign. I've talked a lot about my concern about protecting residents from displacement. Developers will maximize their economic profit, and luxury development is the norm. We've seen that on Chicago Avenue. We have a little pilot project right here in town. Rents have not decreased, they've increased. So our own little pilot project is a failure, and we need to acknowledge it, and we don't need to continue doing more of the same. The strategic housing plan was released by the city on Friday, September 12th, and I have been calling for that for this whole time. that this should be discussed before any completion of the comprehensive plan. And it's a long document. We've not had time to look at it. And I believe that your future roadmap should be taking a pause on discussing the comprehensive plan, voting on the comprehensive plan. None of that. You need to be discussing the strategic housing plan and the actual proposed ways of addressing these needs. So anyway, please take a pause on the comprehensive plan. Don't even discuss it this evening. Take a pause. Discuss the strategic housing plan instead first. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Sheila Sullivan, who will be followed by Jeff Smith, and then Greg Hummel.
Hi, I'm Sheila Sullivan. I own property in the 3rd Ward, and I paid property taxes for the last 15 years. I'm very perplexed about the course of Envision Evanston 2045 for many reasons. First, the strategic housing plan should have been completed first to identify the real housing issues so that we could plan how to address those issues in Envision Evanston 2045 and then develop zoning regulations accordingly. Second, the undemocratic manner in which EE 2045 has been unrolled is appalling. The community engagement process only had 2 to 3% of residents participating. We've had very short and misleading notice about the city council meetings and special meetings addressing the plan. The plan itself is severely lacking with no baseline housing or land use trend data, no density analysis, very little housing cost analysis, mass transit and parking data for transit-oriented developments is missing, essentially. Displacement and gentrification analysis is weak. I could go on, and that's the reason this has taken time to finalize, because City Council has had to essentially rewrite it due to the selection of inadequate and inappropriate contractors. Going on the assumptions of trickle-down housing and the abundance doctrine, the idea that simply building more units will lower costs does not help existing residents or ensure affordability. In many cases, the opposite is true. It fuels higher rents and property values. We've already seen this in Evanston with 19 townhouses priced at $1.4 million, 1 million duplexes in the 5th Ward on a block of $200,000 to $400,000 homes, and 1 million to 1.6 million duplexes where there used to be $300,000 to $500,000 homes. This is happening in almost every ward in Evanston. This isn't affordable housing. It's luxury development, destroying our community and displacing our residents who can't afford these units or can't afford to say no to developers. There are numerous examples of what market rate developers motivated by profits will build, and when they tear down single family homes. We've seen numerous examples of what upzoning has done in many other progressive communities, such as Vancouver, BC, Davis, Berkeley, the Bay Area, Los Angeles, Madison, Minneapolis, Seattle, Austin, the list goes on. I want to know why Evanston believes that they're going to get it right when all of these other highly educated and diverse communities with major universities have not. What is Evanston going to do differently that is going to prevent these same problems from happening here, when we've already seen it happen here with the developments we already have, and more in the planning stages? I don't think Evanston wants this outcome because it's bad for the city. Please take the time to rethink the plan and do the analysis first. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Jeff Smith, who will be followed by Greg Hummel and then Scott Roberts.
Friends, why do Boardwalk and Park Place cost more than Baltic and Mediterranean? If you don't know the answer, you shouldn't be voting on any plan. But I think you do know the answer, and you shouldn't be voting on this one, because the dominant recurrent theme of density that drives this plan violates a basic principle of land economics known even to kids, which is that the more value that can be extracted from land through rent or rent equivalents, the more valuable the land becomes. And the more valuable that the land is, the more that people will pay to buy it or rent it. So increasing the amount of value that can be extracted from land by upzoning is going to increase land prices. Let me say that again. Increasing the amount of value that can be extracted from land by upzoning will increase land prices. And anyone who says that making land more expensive is going to increase affordability is fooling you or themselves or both. All the well-meaning slogans and wishful thinking in the world won't change that. Anyone who says it's just supply and demand, that's Economics 101, gets an F in Economics 101 because land is not widgets. Evanston is not a closed system. It's not a snow globe or a walled city where you can increase the supply while holding demand constant. Most single-family homes and condos of Evanston are move-up homes. That's always been true. But after Evanston got built out 50 years ago, thousands of improvements and additions made that even more so. So adding thousands of multi-unit units in Evanston, further reducing the single-family homes as a percentage of the housing stock, is only going to make houses like most of ours a relatively scarcer good in the Evanston submarket, and that higher pricing is going to have a ripple effect all the way down the housing ladder. Meanwhile, if you double or triple the units that lots can produce, land is going to get more expensive. So ultimately, more density will gentrify Evanston, inevitably. Evanston getting less affordable, of course, doesn't mean that everybody's going to get wealthier immediately. It'll be extremely uneven along the way. If I slap up taller apartment houses on either side of a single-family home or a smaller structure, and it doesn't matter whether it's Steve Haggerty's house on the lakefront or Councilmember Davis's across from Canal Shores or Daniel Biss's, or if I change the view, that house becomes less attractive to buyers as a place to enjoy some privacy, sunlight, neighborhood tree cover, light, air, or whatever view it was bought for. It's the same way a downtown condo becomes less desirable if you put up a wall where someone used to have a view of the lake or the loop skyline. So the value of that property for many buyers will decline. But it does become more attractive as a teardown if the economics permit, which probably won't until you drop the price to teardown price. The big asterisk on the inevitability is that increasing density can bring affordability if you saturate a market or reach the point where it's undesirable, but neither of those are good municipal policy. So the future of Evanston is, of course, not a game, but it's way too important to be rolling the dice on provably unsound economics.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Greg
Mr. Mayor,
Hummel.
I rolled a double. Do I get to another 3 minutes?
That was very good.
Let me just add as I leave that 3 minutes is not enough.
If you put $200 in the community chest.
Okay.
The next speaker is Greg Hummel, who will be followed by Scott Roberts and Jeff Barini.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I've lived in Evanston for 54 years. I pay a lot of taxes, and I'm proud to do that. Evanston's a special place. Your job's not an easy one, but your comprehensive planning process is deeply flawed. It does not address fiscal responsibility. It doesn't, frankly, address anything fiscally. The staff says that's out of scope. That's nonsense. You need to do a land inventory. You need to marshal financing. You need to do innovative planning around it. There is another way, neighborhood centers and corridors. Use things like limited equity co-ops, land trusts, community-based development organizations, inclusionary overlays, smart zoning overlays, strategic infills, cross-jurisdictional alignment with school districts and others, ward-by-ward customization. What Jeff just talked about couldn't be more dramatic with Brent row homes. That was single-family attached with party walls. And what you've got instead now is 11 units that cost $1.4 million. That's what you're engendering. You're going to raise values. So there's another way to go, and that is inventory your land and come up with a vision that allows Evanston to do what needs to be done. I believe passionately in housing which is affordable and attainable. My church is deeply involved in that. We have relationships with Connections for the Homeless. There is a way to do this, but you have to do it surgically. We used to think that the inverted pyramid. You start with general propositions and you go specific. That's what EE 2045 tries to do. You need to go the other way. Go specific. Pilot on that Emerson land across from the fire station. Do things that are innovative, that are being done all over this country. Our proposal is refocus EE 2045. Let's honor the work of past neighborhood plans. Let's be surgical smart and collaborative. Let's grow with care. Let's plan like Evanstonians. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Scott Roberts, who will be followed by Jeff Barini and then Steve Test.
Good evening, Mayor Biss, council members, Clerk Mendoza, City Manager Stowe. Thank you for the chance to speak. My name is Scott Roberts. I'm an Evanston resident for just 25 years in the 3rd Ward. I've lived in a variety of different housing types throughout, moving up to the current duplex that I own in the 3rd Ward. Tonight I want to talk about something simple yet critical, not letting the perfect be the enemy of the good. We all heard versions of it. A housing proposal comes forward and someone says, it's only 90 affordable units. What about the thousands we still need? Or it's a few floors taller than I'd like. Or a community garden that the majority voted for gets stuck in limbo because no specific plan is ever quite right. I respect the people care deeply and want things done as well as possible. But all too often in Evanston, chasing the flawless plan becomes an excuse to do nothing at all. It's true that Envision Evanston 2045 and the Housing for All strategic housing plan won't fix everything at once. What they do is give us a practical path and near-term actions. That's what we need right now. Positive, incremental movement, not waiting on a miracle. Those who spoke out against zoning reform tonight haven't provided any alternative answer. Basically, what they're arguing for is the status quo. The status quo is not going to fix our problems with housing and rental affordability, displacement, racial and economic segregation. I endorse much of the draft of the strategic housing plan. The goal of preserving and creating 3,000 to 5,000 housing units, supporting economic diversity with balanced distribution of household income, encouraging racial diversity with more equitable distribution of race and ethnicity, and eradicate segregation by narrowing the variation of household income, race, and net worth by census tract. These are not going to be achieved by maintaining single-family housing. There's just absolutely no transition from one to the other. We need to change the zoning, update it to a more modern plan. We all agree that Evanston faces these critical problems. Doing nothing isn't an option. Let's take the good steps we have in front of us and then take the next ones. Please choose forward motion tonight. Pass the plan, prioritize the first wins, and keep going. Thank you for listening and for acting.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Jeff Barini, who will be followed by Steve Test.
Good evening, City Council. Thank you for your work here. Jeff Barini, 2nd Ward, 35-year resident here in Evanston. My perception of what a comprehensive plan is this projection of what we think is best in Evanston today and projecting that 20 years into the future while also finding ways to remediate those things that we think need improvement. And somehow in that process, and forgive me for being naive, it seems like there should be a dose of optimism or joy in that, in kind of taking what's best and projecting that into the future. If there was any of that ever in this process, it's certainly been lost because of the process of bringing forward and trying to do simultaneously the zoning plan changes along with the comprehensive plan itself. And so what the ideal solution would be to do is right now is go back to the drawing board and start over again. I don't think that's going to happen. I don't think anybody really has the stomach for that. So what would be next best, I think, might be to eliminate any thought of blanket upzoning, take the words by right out of the document right now and leave that to the planning process where we can add housing. I said add housing in a more targeted and surgical way that respects the neighborhoods and takes advantage of the identity and the quality of those neighborhoods in the process as we add housing to that. And barring that, if we consider to go ahead, I ask all of you to kind of forget about why you think you were elected. Listen to the many people who are bringing evidence, documentation, and information to this dais, and try to incorporate that and think broadly and widely about what you're doing. It has importance. Please respect the residents here who live here today in this process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Steve Test.
Steve Test, 1135 Hinman Avenue. First, I want to associate myself very strongly with Greg Hummel's plan. He did present a plan. To my friends and neighbors who are being told this plan will produce less expensive housing in residential neighborhoods, you are being sold a bill of goods. I've told you this before. We've given you many examples of what profit-driven developers will build when given the chance. If a faction of the city council gets its way, the least expensive single-family homes will be replaced by expensive duplexes and maybe more. As a homeowner paying property taxes to the tune of tens of thousands of dollars a year, I should be happy the transformation of the lowest priced single-family homes to new luxury, expensive housing the comp plan will produce. I should be happy about that. Unless the windfall of increased property taxes, tax revenues should ease my tax burden, unless, of course, the city government manages to squander that new revenue, which is unfortunately a good bet. But I'm not happy. I live in a neighborhood that won't be blown up by this comprehensive plan. I live in a neighborhood that's too expensive and it's protected by historic designations. Yet I don't want to see it happen to the defenseless residents and who will be displaced and their neighborhoods irrevocably changed by the willy-nilly wanton upzoning that's on tap in this plan. It's gonna wreck parts of Evanston irrevocably, and it should not proceed. I urge you to read a lot about what Greg Hummel has to say, listen to what Jeff Smith has to say, what Paul Breslin has to say. There's more and more data that's showing what you are planning to do is the wrong way to do it. So hopefully you will reconsider.
Thank you very much. That concludes the people who signed up on the two sheets. So we now move to those who signed up online to speak in person, beginning with Zafira Papastratakos, who will be followed by Neil Aurora, and then John Kayayan. Is Zafira Papastratakos here? If not, we'll move ahead with Neil Aurora, who will be followed by John Kayayan, and then Stephen Yas.
Okay. I really admire Evanston and all of its residents for our commitment to racial justice. Just 4 years ago, we instituted the nation's first municipal reparations program in order to address Evanston's history of housing discrimination. What I hope today's decision reflects is a similar commitment to racial justice and equity. Restrictive zoning laws have, at its conception, and continue to be, a policy rooted in racism. Law professor Richard Trissett explains that early statutes were explicitly designed to separate white and black neighborhoods. It is perhaps because explicit racial cues are absent in current land use regulations that we fail to recognize the very real harms to racial minorities. In a study examining the effect of local land use policies in the United States, Rothwell and Massey found a strong relationship between racial segregation and low-density zoning. What does this mean? It means that robust, multifamily, high-density, and affordable housing policies like those outlined in today's comprehensive plan can start to mend the issues of racial segregation. And this is exactly what we see in many states in the United States. Take, for example, California, where a Georgetown University study finds an inverse relationship between multifamily zoning and the level of segregation in local areas in California. Expanding by right, small-scale, multi-unit housing in all residential districts represents another monumental stride in the battle against racial discrimination. More importantly, it serves as a promise that Evanston will continue fighting for all of its residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is John Kayayan, who will be followed by Stephen Yass, and then Meg Welch.
Hello, thank you very much. My name is John Kayan, 2nd Ward. I'm speaking today not about affordable housing, but about my support for Councilmember Newsoma's idea about the circulator bus service. I saw this in some of the comments and it struck me as an excellent idea for Evanston that would advance many significant benefits such as sustainability, affordability, and reduced vehicle congestion. And it would better connect our business districts to promote economic activity. Niles and Rosemont offer a free circulator bus to residents that is highly successful, so we can follow that existing model to explore such an idea here. While we have several bus routes already, a circulator bus would connect local areas directly in a way that you can't currently travel by transit, without several transfers or having to go significantly out of your way. Think of being in the 6th Ward and needing to get to the Crown Center, or being near Church and Dodge and wanting to reach the Main Street Business District. Such trips must be done by car today due to a lack of transit options to make these connections. Even modest ridership can meaningfully reduce the number of car trips in our city. The investment in a free circulator bus represents a forward-thinking approach that I hope the city is willing to explore. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Stephen Yass, who will be followed by Meg Welch, and then Bruce Ennenbach.
Good evening, Mayor and City Manager and Council members. My name is Stephen Yass. I moved to Evanston in 1979, but the last 12 years I've been living in Shanghai, China, and I just returned in July. But I've been zooming in to hear all of these at like 2 or 3 in the morning from Shanghai. So I'm an architect, managing director and global design leader for Novo Architects with offices in London, Shanghai, Hong Kong, LA, and now Chicago. I was on the Plan Commission for 9 years in the 80s. I was on the Preservation Commission in the 90s. I was president of the Evanston Arts Center. In the 80s, we worked on a comprehensive general plan, and we focused a lot in the downtown. And we wanted to increase the vitality and the economics in the downtown. And so we looked at different ways of doing that. One was increasing the density of population downtown, and we looked at where we would put higher density housing. And so we put it along the metro tracks and along the L and in perimeter areas. And, you know, some of the first buildings were the Optima Views. And if you look at that building and the way it breaks down the scale and the mass and the way the ground level is in the entry, it's very important to look at. Also the Optima building on Davis Street at Sherman, and the way it mitigates the scale. It's only about 10 stories high. And yes, I'm going to talk about the downtown. And I've had experience in many cities around the world doing architecture and urban design. And frankly, I look at the Envision plan and I see no vision. I see words, and those words should be translated into zoning, but the zoning is still two-dimensional here. It's not three-dimensional. There's no downtown urban design plan that should be done as part of this, which major cities in the world do, and around the United States. I was the urban designer for City Front Center that became River East downtown, 40 acres. And there we did a three-dimensional plan. We had view corridors. We looked at the wind velocity and things like that and designed the public spaces. My office for 10 years, I had an office for 22 years here before I moved to China, and my office for 10 years was at 1603 Orrington, where I redesigned the plazas and did the Bright Horizons with the playground on the roof. And when Park Evanston went in, it was going east to west, which minimized the east exposure onto Chicago Avenue. And there's like a hierarchy of public spaces in the downtown, and the buildings form walls to those public spaces. And that's not happening in this plan. And now I look at 605 Davis Street, and to me it's massive, it's out of scale. It comes down to the ground insensitively. People look at cities with their emotional response to physical space, and basically, 3 minutes is not a lot of time, but I'll say one last thing. Gandhi once stated, "You must be the change you wish to see in the world," and I'm not seeing it here yet, and I'm not seeing provisions for it.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Meg Welch, who will be followed by Bruce Ennenbach, and then Emily Hogan.
Hello, Council. I have been a renter and I'm currently a homeowner in Evanston, but I've been both. Gentle density is a term that's been used in conversations about EE 2045, but you cannot control the level of density if building is by right with no review. By right zoning is very difficult to undo. So if it goes beyond the gentle density that some of you are sort of soft pedaling this as, what do we do? And I would like to thank Council members Eilis and Kelly and Sue Lolbach, who acknowledged receipt of my email that I sent to all of you with links showing data on, which showing negative impact on affordability by upzoning. You may have also received communications purporting to show that upzoning and increased density really does bring decreased housing cost. So I'd like to read to you news out of Crain's Business New York, August 2025. But first, keep in mind, housing costs increase in Evanston. They increased 6% in rents, 2% in 2023, and 3% in 2024. My source is Zillow, and this is without upzoning. Now, the Gowanus neighborhood in Brooklyn had 392 more apartments to choose from in August 2025. Rents climbed a soaring 25%. Upper Manhattan's Inwood neighborhood doubled its inventory. Rents jumped 43%. Fort Greene, a little less, 12% steeper rents. Boream Hill, 11% higher rents. New construction is very costly. This has been pointed out repeatedly, and it's perplexing, while the well-intentioned residents here have not engaged with this fact. Yes, rents in Evanston are likely to increase somewhat if we do nothing, and I'm not suggesting, and I don't know any of us here that are suggesting we do nothing. We're not saying status quo. But there's data, so rents in Evanston are likely to increase somewhat if we do nothing, but there is data showing they could increase significantly more if we increase density significantly. Has there ever been a double-digit rate of rent increase in Evanston, like there just was with the upzoning in Manhattan? I don't think so. So now Evanston, admittedly, is not Manhattan. It's also not Minneapolis, which this, push for let's do upzoning has compared it to. But all this brings me back to my original point, which was disputing that experts agree on density, increasing affordability, and the notion that data conclusively shows that adding density will bring affordability. On most topics, except those in physics and math, there's a diversity of opinion among academics. Many factors impact housing costs, salaries. So one last important thing that I really need to say is that this era of reduced federal funding will constrict the tools we have to offset displacement. An honest appraisal of blanket upzoning recognizes by right upzoning
Thank you very much.
is a grand experiment, and we do not consent to be experimented on.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Bruce Enenbach, who will be followed by Emily Hogan and then Jim O'Brien.
Good evening, Council. Bruce Enenbach, almost 50-year resident of this wonderful city. Currently in the first ward. Polls strongly indicate that people of Evanston do not want increased population or density. Yet that's what's being pursued here. We're largely happy with our population and density as it is. After all, we're already one of the most densely populated cities in Illinois. The law of supply and demand does not always apply, and it doesn't apply here. Increases in population and density do not provide affordable housing. As long as there are people in Evanston or outside Evanston willing and able to afford expensive new construction, and all new construction is expensive, developers will build exactly that. And buyers are there to buy them. Developers know this, and they are waiting in the wings, salivating. This is a gift to developers. It is not beneficial to affordable housing. We need to get away from this shallow view being pursued here. The overall effort here is far from what an educated and astute community such as ourselves. It's rather an embarrassment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Emily Hogan, who will be followed by Jim O'Brien and then Dominic Vaz.
Hi, good evening. Sorry, I'm a little bit nervous. I'm not great at public speaking. I'd like to share my support for expanding by right residential development, including small-scale unit housing, small-scale multi-unit housing in all residential districts. I live in the first ward next to a synagogue, down the block from a dorm, and behind large condo buildings. The diversity of housing and building use in my neighborhood is what makes it special, and it's one of the many reasons that I love where I live. We simply need more housing. Since our buildable land is a finite resource, I truly believe that creating more housing of all types is essential to keeping our community vibrant, inclusive, and thriving. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Jim O'Brien, who will be followed by Dominic Vaz and then Christine Bray.
Hello, my name is Jim O'Brien. I am a 6th Ward resident. I'm 3rd generation Evanstonian, my grandfather having moved here as an immigrant. I am for affordable housing. I am against and gravely concerned about Envision 2045. 2 reasons, and I'll let it go at that. It's been expressed by so many other speakers. It's the scope and the scale of this, I think, dilutes what you're trying to accomplish. And again, I'm for that. When you say the whole city, I think right away you're losing your focus. Secondly, when I look at the structure of Envision 2045, I do not see things that specifically target, again, what are we trying to accomplish here? That this development, this density is affordable housing. I really want to get it right. I know you want to get it right. I think to get it right is the most important thing. What I want to see at the end of the day is density that's affordable housing and not high-end density. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Dominic Vaz, who will be followed by Christine Bray and then Olin Wilson-Thomas.
All right. Good evening, folks. Thanks for your time. I'm here representing Open Communities. I'm going to focus my comments mostly narrowly on H2.1. I appreciated the extent to which the last attempt at revising that line sought to sort of bridge concerns. Overall, we're in favor of a more sort of concise, clear statement, which supports increased density and variety of housing options in Evanston unequivocally. I also think that the sort of ordering here is important, and the strategic housing plan should follow from the principles set in the comp plan, just to make that clear. I've sent a lot of articles, academic articles, journalist pieces to members of council. We're going to continue as an agency to compile those things, work with our partners to have resources for folks that come from trusted sources, universities, and scholars. Personally, after reading something like, 15, 20 different studies about this issue, I think trying to rigorously kind of look at what the research does say about the impact of upzoning and density on cost, there's some pretty strong consensus kind of starts to emerge. And I think it's fair, some other commenters stated that there's kind of a diversity of opinion on this when you get sort of out of these really, things that are more like multivariable kind of problems to look at. I think, though, as a good surveyor of research, you look at what's the central tendency of the research. And I would say I think about probably 85% of what I've read conforms to the consensus that, land use restrictions restrict development. When you have a lack of supply, that impacts costs and puts upward pressure on rents. And by allowing for increased housing abundance and variety that's going to follow, that will help to bring down costs. I asked a few scholars locally the same kind of question. Dr. Chloe Thurston, some of you know, was on HCDC, the committee, for a while. She's a scholar studying this stuff at Northwestern. I have a quote from her. She said, quote, "Scholarship over the last decade consistently finds that increasing the supply of market rate housing corresponds with stabilization or reduction of rents. It's in comparison to places that have not increased supply. Relaxing land use regulation is an important tool for increasing supply and affordability, though subsidies and other supports will likely also be necessary for providing deeply affordable housing." I think that yes and message is the thing that we've tried to talk about as an agency. You're not going to get really deeply affordable housing out of the market. I agree with some of the folks that are kind of coming back to that point, that you need government investment. We need things, a lot of which this government has already done, like investing in the inclusionary housing ordinance, working with local land trusts, and so forth. So I think this is just a step in the right direction in a lot of, in a series of steps that we really support. So it's not a panacea. Again, we need, investments beyond just the local level, of course. I just can encourage the council to keep going in this direction. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Christine Bray, who will be followed by Olin Wilson-Thomas.
Hello, everyone. I gotta say, 3 minutes to tell the whole truth is a task. Not sure I'll make it, but we'll try. So housing is a very complex issue, as I'm sure you all are aware. So I just wanted to, we're all trying to tell you all the truth. So who here has ever read a pro forma? Show of hands there, not that many. So when we're talking about a complex issue, perhaps something as basic as having looked at it as a pro forma might be relevant. But anyways, I'm feeling really gaslit, and when you're talking about telling the truth. It's been said repeatedly that upzoning doesn't bring affordability. I lived in Texas. I visited Austin many times. They did a large upzoning. Their housing costs are one of the only places in the entire nation that they're falling. So to hear, upzoning doesn't bring affordability, upzoning doesn't bring affordability. I've seen it with my own eyes. I'm feeling gaslit here, right? I've lived there. I've been there. I've seen it. How could it not work when I've been there? I thought we were liberals. I thought we believed in, reading studies. I thought we believed in following the science where it goes, even if it's inconvenient for us. I've seen it happen. It works. Anyways, I want to read a snippet from the study that got Chicago sued by the DOJ for discrimination in housing. So since 1970, predominantly white, low-poverty areas have had a rapid decrease in rental affordabilities, or units of any size that are affordable to households at the 60% threshold of Chicago AMI. In low-poverty census tracts where downzoning and landmarking have been used, affordable units as a proportion of rental stock declined by an average of 46%. When you don't zone for adding in housing, affordability drops. Comparatively, less affluent census tracts that have not downzoned or landmarked areas have had, on average, only a 3% decline in affordability. This is a huge gap, right? This area, right? You can't say that this is not relevant to Evanston. There's, neighborhoods in Chicago that are quite far out from the city center, like Evanston is a ways out from Chicago city center. These are real things that have happened, that have been studied extensively, right? This is not something where I am coming up to the mic and I'm saying what pops into my head, what feels true to me. This is what has been used as evidence for a lawsuit against Chicago, a successful lawsuit by the DOJ, right? Researchers are saying that if you downzone things, if you don't allow housing, it leads to rapid decreases in affordability. And finally, Piketty was brought up earlier. I thought that was really interesting. So of course, Piketty does say that capital is flowing to landowners, but it's primarily flowing to single-family homeowners, which is why you do have to start talking about adding it into your formerly red line or your R1 and R2 areas, right? And also that effect is worse in zoning constrained areas, right? So again, if we're bringing up an architect talking about economics, maybe we should read Economics by economists. Thank you.
Thank you very much. By my count, that concludes the in-person portion of public comment. Was there anybody physically in the room who signed up to speak who I missed? Seeing, I don't believe you signed up, did you?
No, I asked to.
Who did you ask to?
Other residents to sign me up. I can't speak, that's fine.
It's fine. In the future, just please sign up in advance because we've.
Well, it was gone.
What's that?
The paper was gone.
Okay. Well, just come speak with the clerk in the future. We got you.
All right. My name is John Story Williamson, 864 Sheridan Road. I live in the 3rd Ward in a 114-year-old single-family home. Over the years, my black family and I have lived in rental apartments, a condo, a townhome, and now a detached house, all in Evanston. That journey reflects something unique about our hometown. We already have unrivaled housing diversity without deregulation and eliminating minority single-family and two-family zoning districts. Directly across the street from me are R1 zone non-conforming townhomes that were developed after the zoning code was in place. Evanston's zoning framework already allows for a wide variety of housing types in ways that respect neighborhood context. That balance is what makes Evanston attractive to so many. The draft before you includes a directive to identify and implement policy changes that expand by-right development, particularly for multi-unit housing in residential districts. By right means approvals without public hearings, without discretionary review, and without notice to neighbors. Why should a multi-unit building be allowed next door to my home in a subdivision with no opportunity for me or anyone else to weigh in? Trust in Evanston's development process is already abysmal. Residents feel exhausted, excluded, unheard, and too often blindsided by decisions. Expanding by right development would make that worse, not better. It would silence the one forum where neighbors still have a voice. And let's be honest, these proposals will not deliver affordability and diversity when only 8% of American home buyers want a multifamily condo. The only way they would is by decreasing desirability, by eroding quality of life, weakening neighborhood character, and diminishing the very features that make Evanston sought after. I urge you to reject the inclusion of by right multifamily expansion in the comprehensive plan. Preserve the principle of public input and direct staff to return with a plan that strengthens, not weakens, resident trust in our city's planning process.
Most eloquent statement tonight.
Thank you very much. This concludes the in-person portion of public comment. We now move to the online portion, beginning with Virginia Ayers, who will be followed by Michael Lohr, and then Michelle Klebeck.
I'm trying to unmute.
And you have succeeded.
Oh, good. Hello. My name is Ginny Ayers. I live at 1626 South Boulevard in the 9th Ward. I've lived in Evanston for over 50 years. I was on the faculty at ETHS for 29 years, and I raised 3 children here. I'm also an active member of the advocacy committees of both Interfaith Action and Joining Forces. I urge you today to please conclude your wordsmithing and vote on the comprehensive plan. Don't let perfect be the enemy of progress. At the City Council's first meeting to review the plan, City staff pointed out that the document includes an annual evaluation and 5-year assessment. There will be opportunity for revision if the wording requires it. You've worked so hard, come so far, and we are grateful. But it's time to come to a close. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Michael Lohr, who will be followed by Michelle Klebeck, and then Christine Lofquist.
Good evening. I'm Michael Lohr. I've lived in Evanston nearly 18 years. I live in the 7th Ward. I speak in opposition to any language in the comprehensive plan that supports or arguably supports across the board an indiscriminate upzoning of literally every single family home in Evanston, including so-called by right development. Such development is irresponsible and unsupported by any evidence or purported housing need demonstrated so far. The predicted population growth numbers are made up to support a result that satisfies selected far-left constituencies and developers, but disregards the spoken and written words of countless actual longtime Evanston homeowners and taxpayers at innumerable council, land use, and community meetings, not to mention significant contrary evidence itself. The comp plan is little more than a roadmap written to support a result preordained from the beginning. It is a disgrace to good, honest, and representative government. I urge the council to reject the plan in its entirety and begin this process anew after listening to and fully incorporating the long ignored and neglected sentiments and comments of the entire Evanston community, not 2 or 3% of some unknown population. We know what representative democracy can and should like, even if it is particularly challenged in our country and city at this moment. As citizens and voters, we should expect nothing less from our leaders in Evanston. Finally, I have a few comments on some of the prior speakers' comments. As I said, I live in the 7th Ward. I can walk out my front door and I can see multiple Black, Eastern European, gay, and South Asian neighbors and families who I know and see and talk to every day. And then the comment about leaving Evanston for Wilmette. Do a quick internet search. The median home price of a house in Wilmette right now is over $1 million. In Evanston, it's $463,000. People aren't leaving Evanston for cheaper housing in Wilmette. They're leaving for schools, quality of life, and a responsive and responsible government. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Michelle Klebeck, who will be followed by Christine Lofquist and then Renee Sutherland.
Good evening, everyone. This is Michelle Klebeck, 1st Ward. First, I wanted to agree with fellow architect Stephen Yass and what he said about the lack of vision in this plan and the lack of focus downtown. I think this document needs a lot more work to be a true representation of what we are and where we should be going. Among many other issues on the comprehensive plan today, I'd like to speak out against the parts of the plan that I fear will actually diminish the diversity of our housing stock and over time, potentially greatly reducing the number of family homes. I believe it's fair to say that the smaller available housing units become, the less likely families with children will choose to live here. Single-family homes are a healthy mix of the housing mix here in Evanston. If we truly want to provide a variety of options for different household types and life stages, single-family living should remain a part of that mix. I also want to connect this issue to the recent challenges facing District 65. The district has experienced a significant enrollment decline, nearly 24% in recent years, which is much steeper than in nearby suburbs. And I worry that this trend, combined with the future potential loss of single-family homes, could potentially destabilize our school district even further. Without students to enroll, we should expect more and more cuts that will deeply affect our entire community. And I hate to see us 10 years from now further down this line with even more enrollment declines and where families are not choosing Evanston to live in anymore. And to be clear, I'm not opposed to strategic growth or adding housing options where appropriate. It should not come at the expense of thriving communities or existing housing stock. I do not support any blanket zoning changes or overarching statements that fail to consider the impact of each unique neighborhood. Please vote no to by right upzoning. Additionally, if we haven't already done so, I strongly believe it's critical to issue an RFP for a zoning code review for the next phase. This work should not be done solely by city staff or local groups. We need a professional team and a neutral third party to ensure an objective, comprehensive zoning review. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Christine Lofquist, who will be followed by Renee Sutherland and then Brian Bacharis.
Good evening, Mayor, and good evening, Council, and other attendees and city staff as well. I wanted to thank the city staff and the housing, the Land and Development U.S. Commission for all the work they've done on Envision Evanston since it started, I think, almost 2 years ago, with the participation of the community. The community was encouraged to participate. Lots of meetings, lots of thought, lots of revisions. I think it's time to pass this. All I've heard is no from a lot of the people here. And unfortunately, those people probably aren't going to be around in 20 or 30 years. I'm going to be honest. I probably won't be either. Let's look at the future of our city. What do we want for the future? Do we want our city to continue to be a bunch of old white people, or do we want to be more diverse? I'm sorry to be rude. I want to say that we need to have affordability at all income levels, and I want to thank the council for keeping the language in that envisions affordability for everyone and stresses that Evanston needs a plan that works for current residents as well as future generations. Housing abundance is important too, and as is the by right housing. I just wanted to also state that I had spent a wonderful weekend in Minneapolis at my sister's home in Prospect Park. Minneapolis in 2018 developed the Minneapolis 2040 plan. And they've actually shown, and I'm reading an article right here from professors at Middlebury College. It was published a month ago, stating that rents have actually gone down 17 to 30% relative to if that changes hadn't happened. So I encourage you as a council to, and I'm sorry for my words here, but it's very frustrating because this is for the future. It's not for us here today. So I encourage council to adopt Envision Evanston. I don't have a planned out speech, so this is my thought. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. The next speaker.
I can send you a link to the article too, so thank you.
Terrific. Thank you very much. The next speaker is Renee Sutherland, who will be followed by Brian Bacharis and then Jonathan Selden.
Hi. For Envision Evanston, your plan doesn't promise apartments that the most vulnerable residents in Evanston can afford. People in power should have protected the low-rise apartment buildings at 2014, 2018, and 2024 Wesley that were home to longtime Evanston residents, many lifelong Evanstonians. Instead, Evanston government intentionally allowed developer Richard Koenig to oversee the deterioration, really hasten the deterioration of those buildings. And when Fifth Ward Alder Bobby Burns was asked why he helped Koenig and Flax and Stowe with their plan to destroy those buildings instead of helping get the stairs fixed so that people who lived in those buildings could stay in their homes, one of the excuses he made was that the city couldn't spend money to fix those stairs because the landlord was not being financially responsible. Meanwhile, the city enables landlords to act irresponsibly, and there aren't protections in this comprehensive plan. So it's up to community members to keep trying to shine a light on what's really going on. You've all made it clear that Evanston electeds would rather put out the most vulnerable residents, put them out of their homes, scatter them all around, away from family members and neighbors who they had been close to and built community with. Instead of spending $1 million or so to fix the stairs of the Wesley buildings, you do insider real estate deals like your multi-million-dollar rent for 2 floors of a doctor's office building that you're calling City Hall. You do deals that benefit people in Bobby Burns's Here to Stay committee, which he and everyone else called a committee until community members found that they weren't meeting publicly, and the state is investigating that committee, and so now the city's lawyer calls it a club. The elected officials have already let us know that they think the best use of our money is to funnel it to real estate developers and real estate agents and cops. Some of the people I see advocating for Daniel Biss's vision of Envision Evanston are the same campaign workers he paid to stand outside of polling places for him a few months ago. And those are the same few people that, some of the same few people that say that they like the city quietly approving an out-of-town fast food investor to pretend he was going to open the first ever North American sit-down Popeyes, just so they could avoid public engagement about whether to continue bending the rules to enlarge the food swamp in the second ward. But yeah, Biss campaign workers like it. And that's not what I hear from regular people, from longtime Evanstonians who can see through the marketing. Neighbors in the second ward and the fifth ward, those are the areas where developers who fund Biss and Burns campaigns will buy the small, affordable, single-family homes and tear them down to build those duplexes that sell for over $1 million each that Biss wants you to say yes to. The cops, though, Evanston City Council members keep giving them endless millions, regardless of how irresponsible the cops prove they are. Even after the cops tricked the council into paying surveillance vendor Flock hundreds of thousands of our tax dollars, Police Chief Stewart and her guy Geese came up, lied to council, told you that nobody ever searched Evanston Flock camera data for immigration enforcement. Those cops have still
Thank you
never
very
admitted
much.
that under. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Brian Bacharis, who will be followed by Jonathan Selden and then Mary Rosinski.
Hello, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council and everybody who made my participation possible. Thank you for that. I am Brian Bacharis, and I am a lifetime 70-year resident of Evanston, Illinois, currently residing in the 9th Ward in a currently zoned R5 neighborhood. Heard a lot of things tonight, and I'm going to unpack some of the things that I've heard and add them to my planned commentary. But I want you to know I own 2 buildings next door. One's a single family, one's a 2-flat. On my block, since someone mentioned the missing middle, which I completely don't understand, as someone who's owned property and managed it in Evanston since 1988, on my block, on my R5 block, are 2 2-flats, 1 15-unit building, 1 6-unit building, and 6 single-family residences, and one of which I live in. And my particular rental units are, one's at market rate, one is for low income, and one is Section 8. And that's how I want to deal fairly with people in Evanston as a lifetime Evanston resident. I also want to take issue with a comment about Austin, Texas, about how their success is. You can't even compare. Austin, Texas is 305 point something square miles. Evanston is 7.8. So when you consider density, this is the issue, lack of arable land for development. And that's why it's so expensive. And also, you can't possibly have affordability with high home and land costs, very high taxes, which I'm only waiting with bated breath to get my next bill, and very high labor and material costs for building. This just seems like a red herring to call this something about, this is going to be about affordable housing. It can't happen this way, but it can happen in other ways. I also want you to know I'm kind of disappointed in this whole process. It seems to be putting the cart before the horse. Where's the strategic plan before an Envision Evanston and by right zoning, which is frightening to even think about what might happen here. I'm going to be dust in 15 or 20 years, and I surely don't want to leave this town without putting up an argument against all this. This process has ignored the guidance of the Land Use Commission and wants to add very tall buildings in places where few tall buildings exist, but there is a 21-story limit of some kind. I would also like to add that with this density, there's no discussion about additional parking for developers who upzone and build into single-family neighborhoods. So I feel strongly that our zoning is something that affects every resident in Evanston, and thus is a question that should be put to the entire community, not just 9 or 10 votes on city council. This just feels like offering a gift and a giveaway to connected developers and disenfranchises everyone in our community, especially residents of single-family neighborhoods, families that have committed their life savings. Thank you, to live in Evanston in these neighborhoods.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Jonathan Selden, who will be followed by Mary Rosinski and then Holly Reynolds.
Testing 1, 2, can I be heard?
Sure can.
Great. I echo the comments of the first speaker of the public comment and the second to last in-person speaker. It is imperative by right for 4 units or more to be built going forward with no conditions. There are those who complain about the character of our neighborhood, which aims to keep those people out. Preservation of historic parking lots and massive castle mansions are more important than saving District 65 and increasing business foot traffic and lowering our tax burden by allowing new people. Without competition from new homes and apartments, landlords won't be able to gouge tenants or keep home values exorbitantly high. They say there are redevelopable sites to housing, but not in their backyard. They say we need to depend on government funds to make housing affordable, but that is really unsustainable. People love to cherry pick data, but multiple studies from Harvard, NYU, and the Federal Reserve show that more housing means more affordability in the long term. Land is a scarcity resource. That's been talked about multiple times. So why not build up, which will allow more people to live in the city without having to buy land or annex other towns? So without by right multifamily development, residents will continue to gatekeep potential new residents, which is the basis of redlining. It is imperative to increase the housing supply to keep and welcome families, students, and whomever wants to live in Evanston, because we shouldn't be building a wall and charging a toll for income for people to live here. It is important to remove the cumbersome red tape of the bureaucratic processes to accelerate positive outcomes. It is also important to reform historic districts to allow more home development so that we can't use blanket protectionist laws from allowing more housing to be built. Historic preservation is important, but on specific buildings, not a blanket district. Thank you. I hope you all recognize the results of the election that said that we want Envision 2045.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mary Rosinski, who will be followed by Holly Reynolds and then Kira Kelly.
I get rid of her audio. I can't keep my audio off.
It looks like Ms. Rosinski is not in the Zoom, so we'll go ahead with Holly Reynolds, who will be followed by Kira Kelly.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, you've got the video blocked, so we cannot turn on the video. But I hope this will stay on. I've been trying to keep it on, and it keeps going off. So I will do my best. Thank you. These are emotional issues. In designing Envision 2045, feelings will not give us the best outcomes or the outcomes we want. Facts will. Facts are the best way to get to affordable housing and to address housing prices armed with knowledge. As we've heard and read over these months, research establishes that upzoning single-family neighborhoods can yield the opposite of the affordable housing we want. It is not the way to get there. It will require other methods, knowledge, time, and nuanced effort, which I hope you and others are willing to give. Our comprehensive plan should not guide us to use methods which have not been proven or which have proven counterproductive. The other major goal is controlling Evanston's housing prices. I know every council member cares deeply about Evanston, and I also know your lives are busy. I wonder if you've had time to read the thorough research on Minneapolis's upzoning experiment with Jeff Smith published for Central Street Neighbors on January 10th. His article establishes the weaknesses of equating Minneapolis and its experiment to Evanston and this discussion, much like the comments made earlier about Austin. My understanding is that the Minneapolis experiment was used a lot in designing Envision 2024, and this is why Jeff's article is very helpful. If you haven't read it, do. The research is beneficial and can help our community. You've heard much more expertise tonight, as you have all along, and for many, if not most of all, who want affordable housing. To be honest, it's a mystery that you haven't seemed to actually hear some of this expertise. Shifting circumstances and complex variables have shown that upzoning can fail to help and actually hurt low and moderate income families. Research shows many uncertainties and contradictions in upzoning and increased density. With many unknowns, including results contrary to the goals, directives to upzone and increase density do not belong in our comprehensive plan. We will be better served by flexibility to reach our goals on housing and affordability according to best knowledge at the time, not dictated from behind with outdated understanding written today. Something else to think about. Evanston has an extraordinarily rich historical, cultural, and architectural heritage throughout the community. Would we really want to give this many-layered richness over to developers who are driven by whatever benefits their bottom line? Good government is what everyone here wants for Evanston. Decisions based on thorough knowledge and understanding are what will give us this. We need to pursue the nuanced research to reach decisions likeliest to give us the outcomes we want, a healthy community with affordable housing and density which best serve residents' needs in every ward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Kira Kelly.
Hi, thank you very much. There's growing evidence, including journal studies and recent media coverage, that dense markets like Evanston, we are 99 to 99.5% density. Blanket upzoning, which is the same by right development being reconsidered tonight, has led to higher land values and as a result, higher housing costs. And this happens no matter how many units are added or how good the intentions are. We are much more dense than Texas, mentioned by someone, I'm not sure if he's an Evanston resident or not, but that is the difference here. And unfortunately, the outcomes of upzoning in markets like ours do not match the promises. The data and actual projects in Evanston show that what is being advocated here will actually do the opposite of what's hoped. It will, again, increase housing costs and deepen racial inequities by pricing out communities of color. Increased housing costs are certainly at odds with the city goals, I hope, as other undesirable results, such as increased displacement, increased speculation, and increased gentrification. We will not get more affordable properties, not middle properties. We will see even more pricey development than we are seeing, which we've seen as we've presented at other times, mid-range homes replaced by $1.2 to $1.6 million multifamily or duplex homes, not $525,000 duplexes as discussed. Developers will need to recoup even higher cost of land to achieve an ROI. You have been given alternative approaches by Design Evanston, Greg Hummel, and have excellent examples from Cambridge of how we can achieve the same goals you set out. Anyway, here's some hard data. Journal study, Urban Affairs Review had a study, Upzoning Chicago, Impacts of Zoning Reform on Property Values and Housing Construction. The findings suggest that the short-term local-level impacts of upzoning in Chicago led to higher property prices without increasing the housing supply. Another paper in the journal Urban Studies entitled Housing, Urban Growth and Inequities by leading economic geographers from the London School of Economics found that analysis finds liberating zoning rules and building will not solve the urban affordability crisis and could exacerbate it. Housing is an area where the law of unintended consequences is most powerful. Upzoning is far from the progressive policy tool it has been sold to be. It mainly leads to building high-end housing in desirable locations. I will also note that the abundance housing theory is dividing Democrats nationally, as you may have seen covered by The Economist and the Wall Street Journal. We can hardly afford this at this time. We will lose national elections over this as many Democrats are becoming disillusioned over this very topic. Anyway, it's not just theory. Crain's New York just last month in August had an article, Rising Apartment Inventory Not Bringing Down Rent Prices. And I'm sorry I'm quoting all this, but by the logic of cities' pro-housing push, if more units are produced, rents will come down. But in the past year, some of the neighborhoods with the biggest boost in inventory saw double-digit price hikes, even with 144% more supply. Rents did not drop. In fact, they climbed, and by a lot, soaring 25%. People already talked about Vancouver, but they tripled their housing units. They upzoned, and the conclusion is of this Business Intelligence article is the land value increases, and so you can never catch up with that. Again, there's better plans put forward. You should look at the recommendations submitted to you by Design Evanston. They say we can increase residencies versus this blanket
Thank you very much. This concludes the public testimony part of the public hearing. Public testimony is closed at this time. And now we move on to the rest of the evening's work to continue making potential changes to the existing draft comprehensive plan. I want to begin by acknowledging a procedural issue raised by Councilmember Davis after the previous meeting, where the item H2.1 was amended, and that amendment was adopted, but then a final vote to, so there's a motion made to change the previous draft of H2.1 with something else. Then a motion was made to amend that change. Then that motion passed, which sort of changed the underlying motion, which then was not voted on. So we have a floating motion, which is to adopt a change to H2.1. And pursuant to the previous motion that did pass, according to our packet, the language that is currently before the council is as follows. Identify and implement policy changes that expand by right development, particularly for multi-unit housing in residential districts and a range of higher density housing options in mixed use and downtown districts, if doing so will reduce housing costs and increase predictability in Evanston's land use approval process. These changes should not conflict with, but rather should advance the recommendations outlined in the strategic housing plan. Councilmember Nusma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So let's just clarify procedurally. That's the motion on the table right now. Okay, so I would like to offer a counter motion. I shared this language via email with city council members and staff within the last half hour or so. That motion is going to be to amend H2.1 and also to amend H2.5. H2.1, I am suggesting be amended as follows. Develop and implement policies that expand by right residential development, including small-scale multi-unit housing in all residential districts, and a range of higher density housing options in mixed use and downtown districts, subject to lot size requirements and other standards.
Time out. There's one more procedural thing. Would the clerk please add Councilmember Burns to the roll?
Thank you. As part of this motion, I am also moving that we add to the existing H2.5 the phrase increase predictability and, so that H2.5 will then read as follows. Streamline zoning approval and entitlement processes, building plan review, permitting and inspection processes to increase predictability and promote development. So those are the motions. I will offer a little bit of commentary on H2.1, focusing first on the use of the term
Before you do that, why don't we see if there's a second?
I'll second.
All right, so Councilmember Nusma, who will still have the floor, but I want to state the motion. Councilmember Nusma moves and Councilmember Isles seconds the following. Amend H2.1 so that it reads, develop and implement policies that expand by right residential development, including small-scale multi-unit housing in all residential districts and a range of higher-density housing options in mixed-use and downtown districts, subject to lot size requirements and other standards, and simultaneously to amend H2.5 by adding the words increase predictability and, so that it reads, streamline zoning approval and entitlement processes, building plan review, permitting, and inspection processes to increase predictability and promote development. Councilmember Nusma, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'll to offer some commentary on my proposal for H2.1. Yes, indeed, it does include the term by right. And in fact, by right residential development is currently allowed in the 6 residential zoning districts currently defined in City Code if it's a single family home. Duplexes are allowed by right in R3, R4, R5, and R6 districts. Multi-unit buildings are allowed by right in, let me get this right, R4, R5, and R6 districts. What's not currently allowed by right is anything more than a single-family home in R1 or R2. And that's the underlying issue that I would like to change. Others may see it differently, as is their right, but I would like to allow more and different types of housing to be built on land that is currently zoned as R1 and R2. Now, I'm not saying everything that's R1 can then be used for a 20-story high-rise with 150 units. That would be silly. Everything has to be done with a high degree of common sense and a sense of scale, a sense of the neighborhood, which is why I am including the language small-scale development, intentionally not defining small scale because there are some details that will need to be worked out in much more detail than would be appropriate to get into at the City Council level tonight in the comprehensive plan. And I've also included the phrase subject to lot size requirements and other standards. So I'm not insisting that the smallest of lots that, the smallest R1 lot that currently exists should be forced to accommodate a 4-flat or a 3-flat or maybe even a 2-flat. Who knows? We have lots of various sizes in what are currently defined as various zones, and not every lot is going to be suitable for a 2-flat or a 3-flat or a 4-flat. Some might be. Some, in fact, might be suitable for a 5 or 6-flat, but that's more detail than we want to get into right now, in my opinion. So in the spirit of providing direction to the Land Use Commission and those folks who will be involved, and ultimately that's City Council, in taking this comprehensive plan and then taking the next step to write the zoning rules, I am offering this language as guidance that to me seems to be reasonable and proper and fundamentally allows more and different types of housing to be built within Evanston, all around Evanston, but with appropriate limitations.
Councilmember Kelly, followed by Davis.
Thank you. Jonathan, first, are we going between the packet and your email today? Or I'm looking at page 19. Is that where I find this, or am I going to my email? If we're going to email, then it should be projected so that everybody can see what we're talking about.
Just I think the relevant section might be on page 9. It's page 17 and
page 17?
It's page 19 of 24 or 20 of 33, and then it also says page 17 on the bottom.
Okay, so
happy birthday. But the change recommended was in the email that Councilmember Nusma sent.
Then that should be projected.
So if we could ask staff who should have.
This frustration of going. Also, I just want to say first, we just got done with a public hearing. And for us to just resume where we left off without even acknowledging that we just had a public hearing and to discuss the comments heard, I feel is somewhat dismissive. If we're just going to pick up where we left off, I think we owe it to residents to have a discussion about what we heard. And I don't think we should just say, okay, it feels like we're saying we got that done, now let's just continue. And I really don't feel that that's in line. And I think we should discuss the the comprehensive plan, the comments we heard, where we're all going, our goals. I actually believe that I have the best intentions of everybody here. I think we all do have very, very similar goals. And I'm very concerned that there's a lot of division that doesn't need to happen. And I'd like to hear us talk about some of the goals from everybody here and talk about how we can get there and to talk about, studies. And I think just to quickly now go right into voting from where we left off, to me, makes me feel uncomfortable. I think we should have a deeper discussion as a council and reflect on the comments that were presented to us this evening. So 2 things. One, I think that's what we should do first. I'm also very concerned because there's a lot of things missing in here, amendments that I made that didn't make it in here. So I'm feeling really uncomfortable about the way this whole process is proceeding. And I know there's other council members up here too who made some changes that didn't make it in here also, where we voted on amendments, but those aren't in the document. So I'm concerned that we're not continuing in a very responsible way or respectful. And again, if we are going to continue in this way, which I think would be unfortunate, if we're going to be looking and discussing things that were sent in email today, just as I did, I made some amendments to items that are in here about Northwestern. I would ask also that we project those out of respect for our residents, so that they can see what we're visually see what we're discussing. Thank you.
I'm happy to project from my screen if you give me a minute to log on, or staff could do it from the email.
With items that are coming in, like right now, it's not logistically all that easy to just like throw them up on the screen. So we're going to do our best, but it might take a second.
I guess just, I mean, we've reached a really dark place in America if I'm giving Zoom tech support advice into a microphone. But given that Councilmember Newsome sent an email that was probably received by someone there, can the
fine.
Can the inbox be shared? It can be screen shared?
Yeah, we're going to try not to share everybody's email is what's happening. So we're going to try and put up a PDF and not dig into everybody's inbox on the, but
we could do that.
We're working on it.
But you can have him be a co-host, he can just share.
Yeah, I think Sarah's in now. Can you make
Kind of
Sarah a
the same
co-host?
stuff that they see.
Luke, can you make Sarah a co-host? Sure.
Mr. Mayor, while we're figuring this out, can we take like a 3-minute break for a bio break?
All right, the council will stand at ease until 8:31 while we address biological and technological needs. See you all soon. The city council will come back to order. Do I really have to get my gavel out? I'll do it. It's Karina.
Be careful with breaking those.
Oh, that was you?
Okay, so the city council will come back to order. Is it possible? Got it. So can Councilmember Newsome's motion be projected? Could I have order in the chamber, please? Councilmember Kelly, you still have the floor if you want it.
Thank you. So, I'm not hearing much support for this idea, but I do feel we should I feel strongly that we should be discussing the public testimony, what was brought to us this evening. I feel like there's much alignment among most folks here. It's about how we get there, and I think we should have a more open discussion about our goals. I think there's some confusion and unnecessary division that's been created through this process, and I think discussion would help ameliorate that and probably help us get to a better place for Evanston and Evanston's future. So I would move that we, rather than just carrying on from where we left off, discuss some of what we heard this evening and discuss what we have in common, because I think we have much more in common in terms of our goals than the way this is playing out.
There's a motion before us at this time, so that would not be in order right now.
Okay, then I'll withdraw it for later.
Councilmember Davis.
Yeah, so this the current language that's being proposed, I don't see much of a difference between what was originally proposed, with the exception of we're taking out the part of the original language which says, if doing so will reduce housing costs and increase predictability in Evanston's land use approval process. And I think that by removing that language and making it substantially the same, we're basically saying that we're okay with density for the sake of density, as opposed to density for the purpose of decreasing or reducing housing costs. The other thing that we also removed is these changes, or are trying to remove, these changes should not conflict with, but rather should advance the recommendations outlined in the strategic housing plan. I'm a pretty big advocate for the strategic housing plan having precedence over the comprehensive plan, because I expect it to be more detailed. And we're dealing with a lot of vagueness right now, where we don't have a lot of facts represented in this comprehensive plan with relation to what we're going to do. And it may very well be the case, as with a lot of the policies and projects we put through, that we have an idea, and then when implementation comes about, we realize that maybe it quite doesn't make sense, or it has to look a little bit differently. And so I would prefer for us to explicitly call that out, specifically with relation to housing. So I would like, I see the other couple of changes that we decided to go with, and it's very small changes in language, in my opinion, for the current motion. But I would still like to make a motion to retain the second portion of the original motion, which, so basically everything starting at, if doing so, well, actually, I'll read the whole thing, but starting at that second emphasis dash. So if we're on page 19, if doing so will reduce housing costs and increase predictability in Evanston's land use approval process, these changes should not conflict with, but rather should advance the recommendations outlined in the strategic housing plan. I'm not sure why we're reducing housing costs as a goal and not trying to be consistent with our strategic housing plan. So that is a motion I'm making, and I'm looking for a second.
Hold on. First, you're moving to make an amendment by adding everything after the M dash in the version that was just changed to where?
So basically, everything after the second M dash to be added to, and I can send another amendment. I can send it via email if that makes it easier. But second M dash, and then just at the end of it. So don't even, I guess, exclude the period from Councilmember Nusma's. And
so
then
other
just add the whole
standards,
second
M
part to it.
dash, bunch of stuff.
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion?
I have a clarifying question. I'm sorry.
Well, let's
It's
first
hard
see
to
if there's a second to the motion.
Right, but I'm sorry, but if it's not really clear. So we're keeping all of what's, if Councilmember Davis, so everything, because we can't see it, so this is, so it's everything that's up there, then dash, if doing so will reduce housing costs and increase predictability in Evanston's land use approval process. These changes should not conflict with, but rather should advance the recommendations outlined in the strategic housing plan. Is that right? So everything that's there, dash, what I just read?
Yes.
Yeah.
So keeping the by right residential development.
Yes.
So is there a second for that motion?
So I need a few moments to think about this. If that's right. I mean, I'm just saying in terms of, I don't want to say it dies for just yet. in case no one seconds it.
Well, the motion either has a second or does not. Does someone, it's fine if someone does, but does someone second the motion? The motion fails for lack of a second.
Okay, I'd like to make a second motion that we remove by right from Jonathan's recommended language up here on the screen.
Councilmember Davis removes to strike the words by right from the language proposed in the previous motion. Councilmember Suffredin seconds. I have a few lights on. Are those to discuss this amendment? Okay, then we begin with Councilmember Nusma with 25 seconds left. Or is your light on for a different reason?
I'll address this one, but I want to actually jump back to Councilmember Davis's motion that failed and speak to that. I've incorporated the desire to increase predictability very explicitly in H2.5 with regards to the desire to include the sentence that reads, "These changes should not conflict with, but should rather advance recommendations outlined in the strategic housing plan." I find that to be kind of redundant because we will have the strategic housing plan as one of our guiding documents as we do the zoning, which leaves the clause, "if doing so will reduce housing costs." And I think Councilmember Burns has some language that he is going to propose that kind of speak to that. So I'm comfortable with where we're at with 2.1, and I think it's important that we include the words "by right" so that we are offering the firm guidance that I believe is necessary, that we want to allow multi-unit buildings in some places in areas that are currently zoned R1 or R2, with appropriate restrictions, of course, and that's why my motion is written how it is.
Councilmember Kelly with 1:50 left.
So is the current proposal to everything that we just read, just eliminating the words "by right development," ending with "as outlined in the strategic housing plan"?
No, the current proposal is just Councilmember Nusma's proposal with "by right" missing. So it ends with "and other standards."
Okay, well, I would, if it would, can I make a friendly amendment to keep the part that if doing so will reduce housing costs and increase predictability?
I think you did that and didn't get seconded.
I'm sorry?
I think that was the previous motion that was not seconded.
But it included by right development.
Okay, so Councilmember Davis, Councilmember Kelly is proposing to make a friendly amendment to your proposal so that it would now not only strike "by right," but also add in all the other stuff following the M dash. Do you accept that friendly amendment?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So at this time, the amendment to Councilmember Nusma's proposal does two things. It strikes the words "by right," and it adds at the end, right after standards, the following text, M dash, "if doing so will reduce housing costs and increase predictability in Evanston's land use approval process. These changes should not conflict with, but rather should advance the recommendations outlined in the strategic housing plan." You still have the floor, Councilmember.
So that's better. Thank you. My concern is that the strategic housing plan, that the public has not had a chance to know what we're talking about when we say, as outlined in the strategic housing plan, which would lead me to that we should be approving that first before we. I'm sorry, it's not supposed to be funny. I mean, we're talking.
What's funny is you just added it in. It was you just asked to have it added in. That's why it's there now.
And it is better, and I'm allowed to do that. I'm allowed to improve something whether or not it passes or it doesn't, so that it passes in what I feel would be in a better way for residents in our city. But I am concerned, nevertheless, that the strategic housing draft plan just came out barely. I don't know that any of the public has seen it. Has it been released to the public? Yeah, it was just released. And so we haven't discussed it or approved it yet. So I guess my next amendment would be, if Councilmember Davis would accept it, that we table this document until we've approved of the strategic housing plan.
That's not an amendment.
Okay.
So-
Well, I just think that I like
So
having this.
just a little bit of traffic control. So Councilmember Newsom made a substantive amendment, and there's now a series of layered amendments to that.
Correct.
To that language. So continuing that process is fine, but just tabling the whole thing, is not in order as an amendment to Councilmember Newsom's proposal.
Well, I think it is. Because we're
In
including
the ruling
strategic
of the
housing.
chair, it is not. So would the clerk please take the roll? And I want to be clear. So this is now, we're taking the roll on the proposal to amend Councilmember Newsom's proposal by striking the words "by right" and adding at the end, after standards, before the period, if doing so will reduce housing costs and increase predictability in Evanston's land use approval process. These changes should not conflict with, but rather should advance the recommendations outlined in the strategic housing plan. Will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Geracaris?
No.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Harris?
No.
Councilmember Isles?
No.
Councilmember Newsma?
No.
Councilmember Burns?
No.
Councilmember Sufferton?
Aye.
Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
No.
With 3 voting in favor and 6 voting against, the motion fails. So now before the council is Councilmember Newsma's underlying unamended motion. Councilmember Burns.
Yeah, I'd like to make an amendment, I think to his motion to add, not to change his language at all, but to add additional language to this motion, if I can. I don't know if staff has it up on this PDF. I sent an email earlier this evening. I'll wait for, I can read it a few times. And so I'll set this up by saying, the language that Councilmember Davis tried to add back to Councilmember Newsma's motion was language that I provided at our last special city council meeting about the comprehensive plan. And I've taken the time to talk to people about it. And I think my main concern with it is that it was interpreted as language that would set a new standard for every future housing development after the comprehensive plan is approved, which was not what I intended to do. What I did intend to do is, I don't think the community should have to guess about the impacts of our reforms. Research grounded in national best practices and adapted to Evanston's conditions, which I'll read it more in a bit and that'll make more sense, I think provides the projections and scenarios needed to make informed policy changes. This can prevent us from repeating mistakes seen in other cities, which that has been a consistent comment that I've heard is, one person says, well, nope, this worked out great here. Someone else says, it worked here because of this, and it wouldn't work here because of this. And so it allows us to kind of unpack all that information. And then I also think that, and you'll see by placing it in the housing chapter implementation in Evanston tomorrow, which I'll talk about more in a bit, it makes sure that this signals that research and transparency aren't optional and also aren't things that we should do individually, and we shouldn't rely entirely on the community and their research or research that they found. We should decide for ourselves the research and the information that's going to inform this process for this council. And so it will create a procedural guardrail. Council and the public will always see this analysis before any vote of any major zoning reform. So I think it's up now, so I'll just quickly read through it. I have been in contact with Councilmember Newsom about it. I'm not sure if he's seen the most recent language, but so the amendment to Evanston tomorrow, it would go under create equitable opportunities for all. It's on page 32, and it would read, major zoning reforms must be guided by independent research and local analysis with findings made public to ensure equity, transparency, and accountability. Under the housing chapter, the placement would be under policies and actions. There's something that says implement a comprehensive housing strategy. So under there, it would say prior to adopting any citywide zoning rewrite or other major zoning reform affecting housing, the city shall commission and publish an independent analysis grounded in national and regional research and adapted to Evanston's conditions that projects likely impacts of the proposed changes on housing supply, density, population growth, affordability, displacement risk, and fiscal sustainability. Assumptions must be documented and findings made public in advance to inform council and community deliberation. And then the last amendment would include something under implementation. The placement would be under where it says, I think, 5-year review. Before any citywide zoning rewrite or other major zoning reform is drafted for public review, the city shall commission or prepare an independent analysis that uses national and regional research, adapts it to Evanston's conditions, and examines how the proposed zoning changes are likely to affect housing supply and density, population growth, affordability, housing displacement, and fiscal sustainability. The assumptions, findings, and projected outcomes must accompany draft proposals when they are submitted to the Land Use Commission and remain a part of the public record through council review. City Council shall review and debate this analysis in open session before taking final action on any major zoning reform. So that is my motion. Or amendment, I say. So if
Is there a second?
A second.
And I should say this too, just to be transparent, I am not willing to support Councilmember Nusma's amendments without these being added, which is why I'm making this motion now. I think this is critical.
Councilmember Burns moves to add a passage to the Evanston Tomorrow section, a passage to the housing chapter, and a passage to the implementation chapter as just enumerated, all related to the common theme of conducting and publishing independent research and analysis as a part of major zoning reforms that precedes the adoption of such zoning reforms. They're, I think, visible and also were just read out loud verbatim, so I'm not going to read them out loud again. Councilmember Davis seconds. Councilmember Rogers.
Thank you. I think what we've just described is what a comprehensive plan is. I mean, I'm not trying to be flippant or anything like that, but the analysis of the data and the establishment of all of these things, the density, the population growth, the housing supply, that's a comprehensive plan. We're being asked to approve a comprehensive plan, but now we're being asked to create a mini comprehensive plan for any zoning changes that come forth. What's major, what's minor? You know, right, but I mean, what is the standard for what is major, what is minor? Is it literally when we rewrite the entire comprehensive, or when we rewrite the entire zoning ordinance? Is it when a section of the zoning ordinance is changed, when it's a policy in the zoning ordinance that is significant? I mean, this is the work that the comprehensive plan should be accomplishing, and I would argue is not doing so fully. So I won't support I understand what you're trying to do, and I applaud that. But that's what we should be doing for this entire document, all 199 pages or wherever we are now.
At this point, no one's asking to speak for a first time. A lot of folks' times are expired, so I'll ask you to be quick. Councilmember Burns for a second opportunity.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I think this can be neatly folded into the work of our zoning consultant. I've talked to staff. It is very clear they feel they do not have the time, nor the capacity to take on the work that a zoning consultant would do, and this body doesn't either. So it would be great if all of this was included in the comp plan. It is not. I have read the comp plan, and what I'm referring to is not anywhere in the comp plan. And so instead of relying on this body, which I don't think we're equipped to do this, and staff has already said that they don't have the capacity to do it, I think this can be neatly folded again into that scope of work. And the last thing I'll say is even if it's just every time we do a major zoning right, which is what we're doing right now, which I think the calendar sets it for every 20 years, I would be okay with that. I think it's for major, the way it's written now is major zoning reforms. I think even major text amendments. It's not meant for small things. It's the major, more significant changes to our zoning. But even if we did it before every major, comp plan rewrite, I would be fine with that. But I think this is important.
Still no one's asking to speak for a first time. We go back to Councilmember Kelly for third opportunity with 20 seconds left.
But this isn't a new item. I mean, why are we down to 20? Isn't this a new motion?
No.
I mean, this isn't an amendment to Jonathan's.
It exactly is that.
It's an amendment. So
Yes.
you're saying, just so I understand, Councilmember Burton,
So he's adding these three passages in addition to Councilmember Newsom's changes.
Okay. So I would concur that this absolutely should be part of the comprehensive plan. All of the tables that we voted on that I asked be added, none of them have been included, including trends, like demographic trends for those of us who care and don't want to see Evanston turn into just an entirely white suburb. We need those trends so we can protect what we all cherish here. And so little is there. We don't see the 20-year trend. So, I agree with Councilmember Rogers that this, if we don't want to risk harming our community and seeing it continue in a direction that I think conflicts with most of our goals, we need this data for the comprehensive plan. We need to know what studies we're looking at. We need to, all of this, there should be transparency, and there has been none.
Still no one is requesting to speak for a first or second time, so we go to Councilmember Nusma, whose time has expired.
I'll be quick then. Councilmember Burns, I appreciate your support for what I'm proposing for H 2.1 and 2.5. Just reiterating the conversations that we've had privately in the light of day here, I am on board supporting the direction you want to go with your amendments. Since this wording hasn't been through as much of a ringer as the other wording has, I'm wondering if you might accept a friendly amendment along the lines of some work that I did with Councilmember Kelly to kind of distill the essence of some very valid concerns, but state them in a more succinctly and in a way that seems to me to be appropriate to include in a comprehensive plan. So that friendly amendment would be for your housing, for the Evanston Tomorrow chapter, to condense all that language into one bullet point reading, grounding major zoning reforms in research, which would be consistent with the other bullet points in that particular section.
That's fine. Yeah, I'm good with it.
Cool.
So Councilmember Newsom makes a friendly amendment accepted by Councilmember Burns to change just the Evanston Tomorrow part. So the housing chapter and the implementation chapter will be unchanged, but the Evanston Tomorrow will now say grounding major zoning reforms in independent research and analysis.
Grounding major zoning reforms in research.
Sorry, grounding major zoning reforms in research.
And then an additional friendly amendment to the housing section to distill the essence of that commentary into a new I think it would be a new H 1.8, which would read as follows: require evidence-based evaluation of major zoning reforms.
Mr. Mayor, point of order. We are getting very far afield from where we began on this, and we're making amendments to new sections. We're accepting friendly amendments, and it's getting very hard to track what we are voting on anymore. And I would like to say that friendly amendments, I think we should be making amendments to the original motion and not accepting friendly amendments, because this is where we got into the mess on this whole H2.1 prior, because there were so many layers to the onion that it got very, very hard to figure out what we were voting on, and there was an error made in what we did vote on. We now are discussing sections outside of the housing chapter. Do I get to make an amendment to just start bringing in my motions at this point? I think we're getting very far afield.
You can do that if you want. I think what's happening here is very clear and it makes a lot of sense. Councilmember Burns is not comfortable adopting Councilmember Newsom's changes without these additions, and he's trying to get to yes and work out something that he feels meets his objectives as well as Councilmember Newsom's. It's not random, and certainly if there's any confusion at any time about what is being voted on, I think we need to pause and again be very clear with each other about what's going on. But I would certainly say that if Councilmember Newsom wants to continue proposing friendly amendments and Councilmember Burns wants to continue accepting them, that is in order.
Technically, it's not accepted by Robert's rules. It's a procedure that's been adopted, but is not a part of Robert's Rules of Order. Friendly amendments are not a thing. They've kind of been worked into the system, but the traditional Robert's rules do not have friendly amendments in there.
Councilmember Newsom, go ahead.
Yes. I'm Councilmember Rogers. Opinion to the contrary, I'm still going to offer a friendly amendment to Councilmember Burns' housing section to distill that essence into require evidence-based evaluation of major zoning reforms. And I will not be making any further suggestions with regards to the implementation section.
So
Yeah, and I'm good with that.
The friendly amendment from Councilmember Newsom is to replace the addition in the housing chapter with the following: require evidence-based evaluation of major zoning reforms. And that's accepted by Councilmember Burns.
Yep.
Okay. Councilmember Harris.
Want to make sure I'm keeping track. So getting rid of all the other stuff and just that specific statement.
At this time, no one's asking to speak for a first, second, or third time, so we go back to Councilmember Kelly, whose time has expired, but go ahead.
So I just want to be clear. So we're about to vote on Councilmember Burns' amendment, but not the whole 2.1, correct?
That's exactly correct, yes.
So if I want to add an amendment to this, it would be after we vote.
That's right. So just to reiterate, exactly as Councilmember Kelly just said, the vote that's about to occur is to Councilmember Burns' amendment, which is to add language to the Evanston Tomorrow chapter, adjusted by a friendly amendment from Councilmember Newsom, to the housing chapter, adjusted by a friendly amendment from Councilmember Newsom, and to the implementation chapter, not adjusted at all. Would the clerk please take the roll on this motion from Councilmember Burns to add these three passages?
Councilmember Geracaris?
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly?
No.
Councilmember Harris?
Aye.
Councilmember Isles?
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton?
No.
Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
With 6 voting in favor and
Councilmember Rogers?
I would vote no if I were given the option.
Councilmember Rogers, no? Okay.
with 6, my apologies, with 6 voting in favor and 3 voting against, the motion carries, and those 3 passages are added to Councilmember Newsom's proposal. And now Councilmember Kelly to make a motion.
Thank you. So I'd like to make a motion in the spirit of compromise. Could we change out by right with as special use? So to identify and implement policy changes that expand special use to development. So as special use as opposed to as by right, so that we expand development as special use.
You may make a motion, I won't accept that as a friendly amendment.
Not friendly, not friendly. I'd like to just make the motion to swap out by right with as special use.
Seconded.
Councilmember Kelly moves to replace the words by right with the words special use in Councilmember Newsom's proposal. Councilmember Davis seconds. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Geracaris.
No.
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Harris. Councilmember Isles.
No.
Councilmember Newsma.
No.
Councilmember Burns.
No.
Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
With 4 voting in favor and 5 voting against, the motion fails and the change is not made. So now before the council is a vote to accept Councilmember Newsma's amendment, which added in, which replaced H2.1, which added a few words in H2.5, which has been added to by Councilmember Burns, who is adding a passage in 3 different sections: the Evanston tomorrow, housing and implementation portions. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Geracaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
No.
Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns. Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
No.
Councilmember Rogers.
No.
With 5 voting in favor and 4 voting against, the motion carries, and the adjusted proposal from Councilmember Newsma is no, don't clap. This is where exactly what went wrong last time. I mean, you can clap if you want. It's a free country, but Councilmember Kelly.
So I just wanted to state that I am concerned that I hope in the end we will consider, maybe not consensus, but really striving to work together to get at least a supermajority vote on this. I think it's really important that we're not divided 4-5 on all these. Really, we're talking about a 20-year plan, and I don't feel we're doing the work we should be doing to be discussing, reaching compromise on a variety of areas so that we really are building a stronger product that has at least a supermajority of us, if not consensus building, which I don't see any of that going on. These 4 or 5 votes are not healthy. It's not healthy for Evanston's future. I know in Minnesota, they actually, by law, when cities pass a comprehensive plan, it has to be by a 2/3 vote. So I'm not going to move right now that we do this on these items, but I certainly hope we can consider that, and I will be asking that we do consider voting to pass this with a 2/3 vote. This just seems really unhealthy the way we're moving forward in this divided way. So anyway, I just want to make that comment. I guess I'm sorry, one more thing. Can you please give some clarity as to what we're doing here tonight? Because this is really unclear. We started off with this one, so can you just walk us through what the plan is? Again, many items that were supposed to be in here aren't in here, so this is just, that we voted on to incorporate, and they're missing, and some of my items. So just walk us through, please, what the public and what we can expect tonight.
Well, what we have done so far is reached the rim of the canyon where we walked away last time, having accepted an amendment to a proposal on H2.1, which we didn't take a final vote on last time, and that's what left all of this dangling. That's where we are now, and so the next thing we're going to do is take a vote on whether or not to accept the now several times amended proposal on item H2.1. So I would ask for a vote on that first, and then we can talk about the rest of the evening. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Geracaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
No.
Councilmember Harris.
Yes.
Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton.
No.
Councilmember Davis.
No.
Councilmember Rogers.
No.
With 5 voting in favor and 4 voting against, the motion carries. And now the amendment to H2.1 with the added bit on H2.5, as well as Councilmember Burns' 3 additions, is accepted into the comprehensive plan, and you may clap. So we've now gotten past that that sort of hanging loose end from the previous discussion, and staff has done a bunch of work with the various proposals that were sent by a number of different council members to create in the packet kind of a log of the items put before the body for consideration. That begins on, in the version that I have in front of me, page 13 of 33 or 4 of 24. And what I would propose is that council simply go through those proposals so they're no longer sorted by council member, right? So like last time we were kind of going through Councilmember Newsma's proposals separately, but because a number of different council members sent a number of different items, it's would be, I think, pretty incoherent to like go through one person's, make changes, and then go through another person's and make changes to the exact same sentences. So instead, what I would, the way the packet is designed, which I think makes a lot more sense, is just to go through sequentially and address everybody's issues as they are. So for example, in the general plan section, there's 3 items, 1 from you and 2 from Councilmember Rogers, and we could continue going through in that fashion. I think that's the best way to make sure that everyone's proposals are given equal and fair consideration.
And then for, sorry.
Go ahead, Councilmember Kelly.
For items that are missing, and I mean, it's going to take, this is overwhelming to go through all this and to write up all these corrections, but there are many items that just didn't make it in here at all. After working on that Google Doc, how do we address those? Do we find them now and insert them and ask that they be?
In the unlikely event that we just finish everything tonight, then I would say, then the question at the end of the evening would be, is there anything missing that has not been considered? And if the sort of feeling is, I think so, but we aren't able to enumerate them, then I think we just have to adjourn and kind of allow people a little bit of time to send those final things in writing. I think that's a pretty implausible outcome, given what I know about this body. And so I would say we go through these changes proposed by different council members, discuss them, take votes, decide what to accept, decide what to change, decide how to act. And at some point, if my instincts about this body are correct, at some point people are going to kind of feel like we're not done yet and also it's time to go home. And so if we reach that point, then I would say anybody who believes that issues they have raised that ought to have been in this packet that were not in this packet should make sure that they get those to staff well in advance of preparation of the next packet.
Okay, that sounds fine. I mean, many items were, it's hard to understand why some were selected and some not, but that's fine. And I just want to know too, what is the harm? And all I can see is that it would be far better first to approve, since so much is tied up around housing, and for me, it's tied up in really protecting diversity of income in this town. That's what I'm fighting for here. To first approve a strategic housing plan. Since we make reference to it, it's like voting on something, a blacked out document. We haven't approved it, but there's so much is going to be tied to that. Why wouldn't we first, now that it's been released, go through that? I just don't see, and table this till January. I mean, it just seems like a far more sensible order of affairs. And I don't know, I'd like to go ahead and make that motion, that this be tabled until January so that we can approve the strategic housing plan.
Which
get through our
January
budget
meeting?
season. Pardon?
Which meeting in January?
Our second meeting in January.
All right. Councilmember Kelly moves that the comprehensive plan be tabled to the second regular city council meeting in January. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Councilmember Rogers seconds. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Mr. Mayor, Perry, Councilmember Davis has her hand up.
Are table motions debatable?
No.
My hand was up before that.
Well,
But
Councilmember
I can
Kelly
wait
had
till
the
after
floor.
the motion.
You're next in line, but in the meantime, a motion has been made to table in second, and so that requires a vote.
Councilmember Hudson?
No.
Councilmember Kelly?
Yes.
Councilmember
No.
Harris? Councilmember Isles?
No.
Councilmember Newsma?
No.
Councilmember Burns?
No.
Councilmember Sufferton is not here. Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
Aye.
With 3 voting in favor and 5 voting against, the motion fails and the item is not tabled. Do you still have the floor, or are you done?
I'm done for the moment. So just so I'm clear, so we're going to be, so all of these, like all the Northwestern items are all interspersed throughout this then? Is that how, as I'm understanding it?
Most of them,
Okay.
by my reading.
Okay. Because of that, okay. All right.
Councilmember Davis?
I just wanted to clarify, are we going, so you're saying we're going chapter by chapter, right? Is that the plan?
Correct, just through the packet.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
And I apologize for saying it in such a convoluted way when chapter by chapter is like a very simple way to say what we're talking about, so thank you. So this brings us to chapter 0, what's labeled general plan. Let's just start with item 1, which is Councilmember Kelly's. Do you want to make a motion, or do you have any questions here?
So I did already make a motion, and it was voted with majority to present tables that had trends. And I maintain that we really cannot and should not be making a comprehensive plan without understanding the trends where we're at today. For example, demographics and much more, and those aren't here. So I don't know what to say. I mean, that's the kind of information that we should have, and I don't see them here. I don't see them in terms of both how housing stock has changed, how our demographics have changed. If we really do care about protecting diversity, everybody should know, people who just moved to Evanston should know that it's not going in a good direction for those of us who want a diverse city. And we should have that so that we can appropriately address and understand why our Black population has declined so much. We should care about that. Everybody up here who's fighting for diversity and everything else should demand that those tables are there going back at least 20 years. And those are available. We can get those. So all of these tables that I requested and that we voted in majority to have, these are not in here. So I frankly, I don't know what to say at this point. So, I'm very uncomfortable moving forward with a comprehensive plan that does not present historical trends on all those fronts, and I'll go over what some of those were. They were demographics. They were, let me just go through them. And I even presented, staff asked me to give me examples from other cities, and I did. I presented examples of other cities, of cost burdened, of housing tenure and affordability, of renters versus homeowners, to see how that's changed over the years. All of those are really important for us to be able to make solid decisions in terms of where we want to go in the next 20 years. Ownership type table, I asked for student population, how that's changed, how ownership types, I realize that's a little bit harder, and that was one I could understand would be harder, like nonprofit public housing and local real estate investment groups, private, hedge funds, institutional landlord individuals, mom and pop, and owner-occupied units. But all of these, and maybe, again, I understand that one's a little bit trickier, but, not inconceivable. I'm frustrated. So I don't know what to say. That's my item. If anybody has a suggestion, I guess I would like to at least motion that a couple of these we get, demographics being, I think, the most important over the last 20 years, as well as ownership type, like rent versus homeownership over the last 20 years. Also, I don't know why we don't have a heat map on density over the last 20 years. I think this is really important. Even the comprehensive plan that dates back, I think, was 1970, they had a heat map on density. I mean, and again, I welcome anybody who's got, better with the Roberts rules, but I think this is really important information that we should all be looking at.
So the note from staff is data unavailable. Can the person who put that note kind of explain the sourcing of it?
Sure. So first off, I guess first and foremost, Councilmember Kelly, I would like to draw your eye to page 25 of the packet. So that list has been in the last 3 iterations of this packet, and it's been built out as this body has voted and approved upon new data sources. Happy to provide those tables if you'd like to see the visual. The reason as to why 20 years for some of those items are not feasible is because items have shifted in terms of the way that they're categorized over years. Some are not cataloged as far back as 20 years. Census language has changed, so even just categories as simple as race and ethnicity are not the same as they were 20 years ago as they are today. And that's where those items that do have that data in a way that is not comparing apples to oranges do have representation on that list. However, many do not.
So we're talking about trends, right? So the idea is to give us tables of trends so that we can look at the trends. And I know Ms. Flax, you said, well, Councilmember Kelly, why would you want that? And very importantly, I'd want that because we need to plan accordingly, especially for, and I think the majority of us do care about affordability in the city, about income diversity and other. And that's why we need this. And also we need to see how has home ownership changed, whether it's rental or not. So you say, so that is not here. These tables that were requested, multiple tables that were requested, I don't see them here. And also like the type of housing stock. And I asked that it be broken down in multiple ways. Medium home value, gross rent, provide a snapshot of the local market, cost housing, cost burden data from the last 10, 20 years. Again, I gave examples from other cities that have done this. And then ownership style, owner occupied versus mom and pop landlords. So what tables have been made with those trends as per my request? Because it's hard, I don't see it in this packet. Yeah. And where do I find them? And as we voted. And where do I find this?
So for the sake of brevity, we did not include them in this packet. That is why we included the list, though. All items that had not been voted on and approved by the body, you'll see are on top of that list, also included in the table. So there are a couple that would still need to be approved. However, the 45 that are listed on page 25 are represented in this slide deck, as indicated by the subnote that says charts available in slide deck at the meeting.
At the meeting. So there was nowhere I could have reviewed these ahead of time.
Oh, you absolutely could.
So you said I'm looking at the packet for tonight. So where's the table? Give me like the demographics over the last, like how Evanston's demographic changes from the last 20 years in Evanston.
Point of information, just for the public. If you go to the Envision Evanston 2045 website, the draft comprehensive plan with all the edits that were approved through 8/4/25 is there. And if you look at the document, a lot of these charts are right at the back of the appendix.
Okay, so this is for Evanston. So this goes back to 2013 only?
So where we explain that some data is not traceable as far back as 20 years for an equal comparison, a lot of that, this would be one of those instances, is where the census changed the means by which they categorize race and ethnicity. So comparing back to 2003 would not be
I just can't
comparable.
accept that, I'm sorry, but there's data we can get back 50 years to give us an idea of the trend. We're looking for trends, and to me, to only go back 10 years on, demographics is not acceptable.
We can provide a separate table that is demographics white, black, Latino, and is different. It was changed in, I forget which year, I think it was 1970, but that can go back 20 years, but it is not in the same format as all the other tables.
But, that's why we put it together for
We
us.
can
so
put
have
that,
it-
that table of, it will not have,
You understand why this is important data, right? We're all concerned about the diversity of our city, about the diversity of income and race, and that's been, the demographics, our black population has declined significantly, and
Yes.
I care about that, and I think many people do, and we need to see that. People move here today. We don't want to just applaud, yay, we're such a diverse city. Let's go ahead and, make a plan that may, in fact, erode the diversity even more, which is what I'm concerned about and why I'm, struggling with the direction of this comprehensive plan.
we can add a table based on the census data, not the
Okay,
ACS.
whatever it is, we'd like some
And we will
trends on
add that. We do not have many of these other things going back those number of years. Housing cost burden, to my knowledge, was started only with the American Community Survey, which began in 2005. I don't believe that they were doing housing cost burden prior to
So,
that.
and
So
how about
many
ownership?
of these types of data became available only with the housing, with the American Community Survey.
Ownership, rent versus home ownership, all that. I gave you a chart. I gave a really detailed chart on the exact categories. And even the housing stock, like a chart on that versus, apartments versus single-family homes versus even now we can throw in whatever those container homes are. Just seeing the breakdown on how that's changed. I think we all have a right to know this, to understand, and I think a density heat map, is there any reason we don't? Do we have that now?
Councilmember Kelly, what we would recommend is to provide a motion for those tables that you
did.
see are incomplete.
Okay.
The ones that are complete or available, we've provided to you. We're happy to
I
share
don't
this with
see
you
any
as
of
well. If you would like to sit with them and sift through them, we're more than happy to send them your
I
way
will do
again.
that. Okay, I don't see any of them here, so I will not make it right now. I'll go through these again, but I don't see any of the tables that I requested. So I'll go ahead and go through that, then write up a request and bring it back to our next meeting.
Councilmember Burns, followed by Geracaris, Davis, Nusma, Isles.
I was going to say, if we can please have staff respond first. We're going to be here all day. Let's please have staff respond. They have notes here. Let's at least get their notes first. We just spent all that time. Nobody up here objects to that data. Why did that happen? Get the data. Y'all could have did that offline. That's not appropriate for a council meeting. We could have figured that off offline. I would have loved if the conversation would have been had between staff and Councilman Kelly, so we've been prepared. But please, we can't do that. That is not the best use of our time up here. Thank you.
Councilmember Geracaris, Davis, Nusma, Isles.
I just wanted to share the information that a lot of the tables were on the website.
Councilmember Davis, followed by Nusma, Isles.
I'm okay.
Councilmember Nusma, followed by Isles. Councilmember Isles.
Okay, so this is item 1 of 24 pages. I'd like to set some expectations. How long is one council member allowed to talk about things? Are we going to have a time limit on some of these things? Because we've had other meetings that stretched out really long as we discussed the nuance of one word. I'd like to set some expectations. I expect that we're not going to get through this tonight. But I think one more meeting is in order, and that's it. And if everybody knows that going in, we can pace ourselves so that we can get through this and any additional things tonight and one more meeting. But at one point, you mentioned that we could expand to fill time forever on this issue, and I think that's true. I did hear a lot of people talk about, get on with it. It's time to make a decision, and I'm willing to stay here till midnight if I have to, and one more meeting, but I'd like to draw a line in the sand where we have an expectation that let's pace ourselves at a different rate and decide whether it's worth a 20-minute conversation or that's something that can happen offline with staff.
Yeah, thank you. I guess I would say two things. First of all, I agree that we have dragged our feet and that Evanston continues to become less affordable and less diverse, and there's an urgency here that certainly motivates me. I also agree that we ought to be able to finish this in this meeting and one more. I also will tell you that the rules that we operate by give people 5 minutes per item. Council can move to call the question at any time. We can, if there's a difference of opinion up here about how much urgency there is and how much time this process ought to take, those who want to speed it up can make motions and take action to make that happen. But what I can't and won't do is just cut people off unilaterally as the mayor. That's not in keeping with our rules, nor is it how I think we ought to go. I would certainly be enthusiastic if we could unanimously agree, hey, we have really dug into this at great length and extraordinary detail with a remarkable amount of public input and a tremendous amount of wrestling with tough issues, and it's time to move forward, and let's all pace ourselves so as to be finished at the end of the next meeting. But if that isn't unanimous up here, and something tells me it may not be, then any effort to force that to happen is going to require more procedural aggression, calling the question, moving things along, and that's a decision that you guys have to make about whether you're comfortable with that. I also think Councilmember Burns' point was excellent, and so I think we should do our best to heed those comments moving forward. So to Councilmember Howell's point, Councilmember Kelly, your time is up.
Make it really quick.
So real quick.
I just want to say these are meetings, these aren't performances. And so, I spent a lot of time working on the Northwestern recommendations, many, many hours, and to say, well, you should have spent yet another 10 more hours to work this out before coming here. These are meetings. And we shouldn't be expected to say, oh, you can't discuss it here. I mean, this is a meeting, it happens to be public. And so I'm going to push back a little bit on that, like have it all ironed out and ready, because I was working on other areas as well, and many hours of it, and reading through other people's recommendations. And this particular thing I noticed today when I saw the charts, it shouldn't be, one shouldn't be scolded for not having had, even if I spent 20 hours on other areas because I didn't get to this one and get to staff on this. I'm sorry, but these are meetings, and like I said, it's not like we should be allowed to discuss and deliberate and have these sort of, that's what democracy is about, deliberation, and people want to see us deliberating.
So I just want to reiterate that I think one of the beauties of all of our jobs representing the remarkable mosaic of Evanston is that people want us to do a lot of different things. And a lot of people want us to act. At this time, no one's asking to speak for first time. Councilmember Burns with 4:25 left.
I just want to make what I was recommendations clear, because I spoke with more frustration the first time. What I'm saying very clearly, and the chair has the ability to do this, can we allow staff to speak first? Because there's a section with notes. So let's get that feedback first before we have a council explanation, because you're explaining yourself without even fully understanding the information that staff has for you. So let's do that first, and the chair can do that, and then a council member can respond. And then all I'm saying is, in your response, no one up here is going to object to you getting the data you want. That's what I was trying to get across. So whether it was prepared or not, what I'm saying is, we make a motion, we'll all vote for you to have whatever data you want. That could have been done in seconds, and then we could have moved on to the next thing, is all I'm saying. And we won't always have an opportunity to do that, but where there is complete consensus, like, let's acknowledge that and try to move quickly through those so that for the issues that do cause for more deliberation, we'll allow enough time for that. So that's what I was trying to say. Thank you.
All right, so in that spirit, does staff have comments on the last two items in this general plan section? I mean, there are notes from staff, but if they could just expand a bit.
The barriers are identified during implementation rather than trying to describe all of them at any given point. And the council previously discussed the use of wards versus neighborhoods. Wards were to be used in certain specific places where it literally was wards, but neighborhoods is used to more broadly define the different types of areas where there might be different housing types and things like that, because those things are not categorized by ward. So there really are two different terms used in two different ways. And that was discussed previously by the council.
With those explanations in mind, would anyone care to make a motion relative to items 2 or 3 here?
I would just like to respond briefly, and I will be
Councilmember Rogers.
Throughout this document, we refer to how we're going to overcome barriers repeatedly over time and time again, yet we've not identified most of those barriers. I find that very problematic. When we don't know what the barriers are that we're overcoming, how are we solving for them in this document? The second item, in all neighborhoods, is not a discussion about neighborhoods versus wards. It's when we address things that happen throughout the entire city. The city is a very diverse area, and I'm not telling you anything you don't know. But the thing is, when we say we should do something in all neighborhoods, I find that very problematic because it may not work in all neighborhoods. If we say we're going to put cottages in all neighborhoods, does that mean the D3 district and the D4 district get cottages? So that is the intent behind that language. It is not a separation between the term ward versus neighborhood.
Well, then perhaps a suggestion on what substitute language you would like would be helpful.
My substitute language is to strike in all neighborhoods where it would not be appropriate
In all
for
places, but I guess that's which ones are they not appropriate? Is the
Okay,
question.
so I'll go
So
through
we
the
can work
document
that out.
between now and the next meeting and cross out in all neighborhoods where I feel it is appropriate.
If that's acceptable to the council, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Okay, let's move ahead to chapter.
One comment on that item.
Councilmember Kelly, followed by Suffredin.
So thank you, Councilmember Rogers, for taking out in all neighborhoods. I agree. There's this whole document feels so generic. Evanston is such a special place, but it feels like the folks who wrote it don't really know Evanston and aren't making those specific references to what makes Evanston special. So thank you for that. Would you also strike barriers in that? So I agree with you. This idea of barriers, this vague notion, we don't really know what it
I don't
means.
want to strike barriers. I'd like to know what they are because I don't feel we've fully identified them.
So what would you do with this number 2 between now and the next?
I guess I'll meet with staff on that as well and discuss what they view the barriers to be and what I view the barriers to be and see if we can come up with something to come back for one more meeting.
With the definition of barriers. Okay, great, thank you.
Could we also have different language in cases where that's appropriate? Because barriers is used throughout and they're not always used in exactly the same ways. We could work that out, working with Councilmember Rogers if people would like us to do that.
And this is something I would have loved for us to have done from the very beginning because I think it would have made this whole process move much more quickly. Rather than just having comments of ours stricken and being told these are non-substantial comment, things like that. But I'll move on to the next items.
Councilmember Suffredin.
Sarah, you said if it's acceptable to council, how do you want us, it's acceptable to me? Do we want to do a voice vote on something like that? Or how do you want us to communicate our assent?
Yeah, I was puzzled by that. I mean, it seems to me that the proposal is for the Councilmember Rogers to have some conversations with staff and reach some agreement about what he might propose at the next meeting, which I don't think that requires council's consent at all, right? That just seems like a productive thing to have happen.
We're perfectly happy to proceed as long as nobody objects.
Okay. Moving on to the Chapter 2 section. For the first two lines, it looks like staff had certain concerns as well. Could you explain those concerns, please? So that's items 4 and 5.
Where the language of that was put in here, original language, housing satisfaction, 5th and 8th Ward residents were least likely to feel housing needs are met, is what we heard. I don't really see a significant difference between 5th and 8th Ward residents were mostly satisfied, and I don't know that we heard that, which is why it wasn't put in there. I mean, it's a percentage. It's a way of deciding what you're saying of the percentages. Most were satisfied and most were not. So it's how you look at neutral disagree, strongly disagree. Do you see what I'm saying?
Do you want me to respond to that one, or were we going to do both of those?
Why don't you respond to that one?
My response on both of those is I'm slightly concerned about what people are going to be doing in the 5th and 8th Ward with the zoning. What I'm seeing when I look at Chart 12B is that most people are satisfied or neutral. It's not like it's an overwhelming, yes, it's not as popular or it's not as, people are not as satisfied as they are in other wards, but I also don't think that they're horribly dissatisfied either. And I don't know if Councilmember Burns, I don't want to put him on the spot, but if he wants to speak to that at all as the representative of the 5th Ward, but I have real concerns about what zoning is going to be, if it's going to be, hey, we've seen that people aren't happy in the 5th and 8th Ward, so let's change a bunch of zoning.
I don't think the original language said that they were unhappy. It just they were least likely to feel housing needs are met.
Councilmember Burns, do you have a preference about
Which
this?
is different from satisfied.
No, I'm fine with either one.
All right, then Councilmember Rogers, do you want to make a motion?
I'd like to make a motion that the language for on key takeaway survey 1 housing satisfaction, 5th and 8th Ward residents were mostly satisfied, but less so than other areas of the city.
Is there a second?
Second.
Councilmember Rogers moves to replace the housing satisfaction language with the following: 5th and 8th Ward residents were mostly satisfied, but less so than other areas of the city. Councilmember Sufferton seconds. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Geracaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton.
Aye.
Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries and the language is replaced. Councilmember Rogers, do you want to say anything on item 5?
Would you like staff to respond first? If not, I'm happy to speak first.
I would reiterate that this is what's in the notes, unnecessary detail. This section is for what we heard and not our goals. So again, just reflecting community engagement.
Yep, and I would, thank you very much for that. I would say that we heard quite a bit about the current built environment, and there were a number of people who were very interested in maintaining aspects of that. So I would make a motion that under neighborhoods and places, we adjust, the language be changed to adjust zoning maps to align with updated land use priorities and the current built environment.
Second.
Councilmember Rogers moves to replace the language neighborhoods and places adjust zoning maps to align with updated land use priorities with neighborhoods and places, adjust zoning maps to align with updated land use priorities and the current built environment. Councilmember Sufferton seconds. Will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Geracaris?
No.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Harris?
No.
Councilmember Isles?
No.
Councilmember Newsma?
Aye.
Councilmember Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton?
Aye.
Councilmember Davis?
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers?
With 6 voting in favor and 3 voting against, the motion carries and the language is adjusted. Councilmember Rogers, on item 6, do you have any comments?
This was more of a question. So we have in previous meetings decided that parking requirements would not be something that we would be interested in the downtown area. And yet we have this idea from what we've heard from people is that they would like to increase parking access to the community. So the community can, I'm sorry, that's a typo. So the community can enjoy Evanston's recreational and commercial amenities. And I just wanted to know how those two, for somebody who voted on the side of removing parking minimums, how they feel about us listening to the citizens who want to increase parking in commercial districts and recreational areas. Briefly, if anyone would like to offer information on that.
Yeah, so is anyone there have been people who have been, I think, pretty interested in Councilmember Geracaris.
So parking minimums downtown, for me, mostly is tied into housing and the increased costs that it burdens housing development. I mean, we're also looking to, as we move forward in the future, we have to be, like our CARP goals, we don't want to be super car-centric. So I don't think anyone wants to get rid of street parking downtown, but there are times when if we're putting in bike lanes, we need to sacrifice some spots so people can get there via different modes of transportation. I think we hear from just as many people that, they don't like going downtown because they have to pay for parking. There's just as many people who there's not enough bike racks. I think, but for me, the main thing with eliminating parking minimums is housing. So I hope that explains a little.
Yeah, I just was curious as to how we make the two work together.
Is there a motion relative to this item?
There's no motion relative to it.
Great. Item 7, Councilmember Kelly.
So before I go to this, there's several items with regard to NU City that are in the what we heard section that I don't see here.
I think,
So, should I go ahead and make a motion on those? Because some of those come before this.
Again, I think it's 9:47. We're not going to get to the end of these items as is. So let's continue going through these items. And then when we get to the end, we'll sing a song or something. And then we'll go home. And the plan for immediately will be for folks who are concerned that something that they have tried to raise is not, please let me finish. For folks who are concerned that something that they tried to raise is not in this packet, to go back to staff and get those added in, so that the packet for the next meeting will include A, whatever we don't get to tonight that's already in the packet, and B, anything else that someone believes was omitted from this packet, so that at the next meeting, we will have before us a manageable amount of stuff that we can go through and complete.
So my question is, because these are in the packet, but you said we were going in order, so that's why I asked if they were interspersed. I see some are in some sections, but I know there's 3 items from what we heard. They're all in here, but aren't we supposed to be going in order? So, if we're doing the what we heard section, then the NU City items that are kind of at the end, some are at the end, some are interspersed. it seems to me I should then make a motion to move on those items from this section according to the way you said we'd proceed. But so, for example,
There are some that you sent today at 3:30 PM, and that's not enough time for us to get them in the packet. They are therefore at the very end, and we printed them for everybody. It is totally up to
same
you.
ones that are in there, but they were just shortened. It doesn't matter. I don't even care if we look at the ones that are in here now. There's nothing new that I submitted. I just shortened everything. So even the items I shortened, whether we look at the long version or the short version, those are in there. I'm just saying it seems like they should be, like in the what we heard section, then we should be discussing. They're in here in the packet, but they should be then in the what we heard section.
But they weren't
I didn't submit anything
incorporated
new.
because of when we got it. So they weren't incorporated because of.
No, they are. I'm saying the new shortened version, I understand that that's not there, but it's nothing new that I submitted. It's all the same items, because I went over them with Jonathan and Matt, and we just shortened everything. I'm just saying that it should be presented, yes, I sent the shortened versions, but no new material. No new items to add. No, that's fine. I'm not asking, that's not my point.
All right, so we're just going to continue going through this, making progress on the things that are in the packet in the order that they're in there.
They didn't put this.
And that'll be great. Okay, Councilmember Kelly on item 7.
So this is, let's see, page 15 of the housing. So this is page 15 of.
16.
I'm sorry. Okay, so I wanted to delete the first bullet point to make space for affordable housing, revise current density limits to accommodate affordable housing needs for younger families and low income, replace it with develop policies and programs that will encourage affordable housing development for families and low income populations. And I just need to find it in the, so this is from the June 6th, page 15, correct?
And as you see, staff just did not agree with that characterization of the actual feedback that we got.
But it's not there.
This was,
This for it, okay.
So do you want to make that motion, Councilmember?
In one moment. Let me just pull up the August 4th document. Okay, so I don't see it on page 15 of the August 4th.
Page 16.
Page 16, okay. I see a map on page 16. From August 4th?
it's on page 16 of the total document is what it's looking at from the August 4th. Yes.
This one, correct?
Click that.
No, I know. But so if I click on the, no, I got it here. I clicked on the Envision Evanston. So it's the August 4th. When I click on the link for the document, I'm still getting a map.
Do you have your computer?
I do.
It is linked on the website for the
Okay, so
special. So on today's meeting, it says comp plan current draft with edits. That is the August 4th version.
Claire,
The August
I
4th
just emailed you
meeting.
a copy too.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know why that's not what I have. Okay. Okay, so, all right, so for. Okay. Okay, so I would like to replace that first bullet point with develop policy and programs that will encourage affordable housing development for families and low-income population.
Is there a second? The motion fails for lack of a second. Now on item 8, Councilmember Kelly, once again, the feedback from staff is that the proposed addition is simply not.
Okay, yeah, so I would disagree with that. Many cities are now moving to include and you know what, I wish my city, yeah, so many cities are now including these in comprehensive plans. And to Mr., I can't remember his name, someone who spoke tonight about this, I think it is really important that we do discuss fiscal sustainability as a city and have some goals there. So
Wait, we're on item 8, not item 9.
I'm sorry. Okay. Sorry. Okay, item 8. My apologies. Okay, that's on page 16. Okay, so second bullet point, establish targets. Use the strategic housing plan to develop specific targets for affordable and senior housing developments. And that is to replace second bullet point under housing. Again, that's incorporating the strategic housing plan into the language. So I would like to move that we use the strategic housing plan to develop specific targets, again, referencing data here, for affordable and senior housing. And I don't think I wrote senior housing developments, but in senior housing developments.
Is there a second? The motion fails for lack of a second. So now to item 9, Councilmember, which you were just beginning to address before.
So again, as I just stated, I won't restate it. Many comprehensive plans are now incorporating financial sustainability in their plans. And is this is the entire wording from my statement? Oh, no, you don't actually have my wording, just my explanation. So I suppose I should share the wording of what I actually wrote. This just explains why I put it in there. So I'm going to add that for before the end of the meeting. That should be in here so that folks could see what I'm asking for us to vote on in terms of fiscal financial sustainability, to vote on it, not just my explanation as to why it should be in there. So I'll try to get that before the end of the evening to everybody.
As a
I'm
point
sorry
of
it's not in
order,
here.
might I offer a straw poll to save you the time, if no one else is so inclined, to add this language to the what we heard section? We can save you the time of.
Sorry, I think you need to see it instead of just voting no. I think some people might see it and say, yeah, that's a really important thing for our city to have. So I would ask, I'll try to.
Be that as it may, the section we're talking about is what we heard, and did we hear that? Didn't hear it, it doesn't belong here, even if it's an awesome idea.
Okay, let me pull up what I.
Councilmember Rogers.
No, I was just going to make the point that Councilmember Newsome made, that I think that this is a great idea. I just don't think it's the appropriate place for it under the what we heard.
Yeah, I don't think it was in that section. I know I wrote a whole piece on financial sustainability, so hopefully that is in here somewhere. I will double check and make sure I send that to everyone, what was in my Google Doc for financial sustainability. So, okay, that's fine, not to include it here. I'll let that go.
Well, there's not a motion made. And I assume, Councilmember, that line 10 falls under the same category as line 9?
Okay, again, I think that this is, I'm going to pull up the section where I added this and double check where it's been added. But I mean, obviously I did hear this about high taxes and other issues. So this is something that was heard, but I think it definitely needs to be a section in here. I heard, I'm sure everybody else heard about the need to rein in expenses and address affordability. So. Okay, so with that, because I just see the city will strengthen, that looks more like goals. But this isn't proposed changes and actions. So you said this is a what we heard? Because this is under proposed changes and actions, not what we heard. But it's
So the way the table is set up, the third column is the proposal made by the council member, but the whole section that we're in is the chapter 2 what we heard section.
Okay. Okay, so I'll bring this back in an appropriate section and review my Google Doc.
All right, let's move on to chapter 3, item 11, Councilmember Rogers.
Yeah, I could let staff respond, but I think there's just a misunderstanding here. And I spoke with Councilmember Nusma about this language, and I have tweaked the language a little bit in order to try to make clarification here. The intent was not that it was considered to be an average density city. It was more of an average talking about numerical things, which the mayor can probably explain better as a mathematician than I can as an English person. So the proposed language I'd move is Evanston, located just north of Chicago, has an overall population density of 9840 people per square mile, which varies greatly by census tract.
Second.
Councilmember Rogers proposes to change the population density language so it reads as follows. Evanston, located just north of Chicago, has an average population density of 9,000.
As an overall.
Evanston, located just north of Chicago, has an overall population density of 9,840 people per square mile, but varies greatly by census tract.
Which varies greatly by census tract.
Which varies. Let's do that again. Evanston, located just north of Chicago, has an overall population density of 9,840 people per square mile, which varies greatly by census tract. Councilmember Nusma seconds. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Geracaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Nusma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns. Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries and the language is accepted. Now on item 12, Councilmember Kelly.
Thank you. I think I recommended deleting this, but I need to find it. It says page 20 here, but page 22. So it was sort of, if you can just help direct me to the actual page. I'm looking at page 20 in the document. Census data. Okay, I got it. No, I got it. I found it. Yep. Okay, so it seems like this is sort of a disqualifier to say like we just can't get the numbers, and I think there is a lot of data out there. When reviewing census data, it's important to note that the U.S. Census Bureau has a difficult time keeping records, and I just find this whole section unnecessary. We present the data we have, and we don't sort of put out a disclaimer that we might not get it right. I mean, I think it says has a difficult time keeping records on a hard to count populations. This includes populations that are hard to find contract in our interviews such as. I just found that whole section leaving, suggesting a much vagueness throughout the document. So that's where I would like to have seen that deleted. And ending with males 18 to 80. Yeah, that whole section that suggests we just can't get our hands on any of this data. I mean, I don't accept that. Again, I will, before the end of the meeting tonight, move again for tables. But I think to just sort of say that it's just too hard to get is, for me, not something we should have in our, we should get the information, present the best information we can get, and not say we're not able to get information.
So is that a motion?
That's a motion to delete that section, starting with when reviewing and ending with males 18 to 29 and ages 30 to 49.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Councilmember Kelly moves to delete the section that begins with reviewing census data, ... and ends with the last bullet point, males age 18 to 29 and ages 30 to 49. Councilmember Rogers seconds. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Geracaris?
Nope.
Councilmember Kelly?
Aye.
Councilmember Harris?
No.
Councilmember Isles?
No.
Councilmember Newsma?
No.
Councilmember Burns? Councilmember Suffredin? Councilmember Davis?
This isn't enough information for me to be able to tell what we're deleting. Is it literally ... or are we just not including something in it?
No, and I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand, by the way. That's on me.
No, I just put it up, so it's okay.
Oh, okay. Well, that's why I didn't see it. No, it's the whole section. So it's the section that starts with the words "when reviewing census data" and it ends with that final bullet point, and ends with 30 to 49. Correct, Councilmember Kelly?
That's correct. And again, I do want to see the data, and I think there are many sources. So yes,
No,
so
we're,
it's saying,
yeah, no, we're
right.
not discussing it now. Just the Councilmember Davis is owed a clarification
Right.
before she votes.
Okay, maybe you could give me 1 second. I'm sorry.
As a point of information, it's already passed.
You mean failed?
Oh, okay. Well then, no.
Councilmember Rogers?
I'll vote a no. Yeah.
With 3 voting in favor and 6 voting against, the motion fails and the section is not deleted. Now on item 13, Councilmember Rogers.
Yeah, this section deals with our group quarters, and I think we need to make reference to the large senior group quarters that we have. I see staff's note here that this would have to be reworked to fit into the NU focus section, but I think this is just group quarters overall, is it not, in this paragraph? In the interest of expediency, I would make a motion that the section on group quarters include the language whether staff feels this is the appropriate place or not. I will just make a generic one, that a sentence be included in group quarters that says Evanston also has large senior housing campuses on the northwest side which contribute to its high group quarters numbers.
Second.
Councilmember Rogers moves to add the following sentence. Evanston also has large senior housing campuses on the northwest side, which contribute to its high group quarters numbers, with the understanding that there may be some forthcoming, perhaps staff-advised decisions on where precisely that sentence best goes. Is that fair?
Within the group quarter section.
Within the group quarter section, exactly. Councilmember Newsma seconds. Councilmember Kelly.
So does this include the large senior housing campuses on the northeast side also? Is that in here?
I wasn't particularly thinking
weren't
of
thinking
them
of
as
that?
campuses, if you're thinking of like the Mather.
Correct, or,
I mean-
yeah, there's several, the Mather, the Marion. I'm just, Evanston also has large senior housing campuses on the northwest and northeast side?
I mean, I viewed those as buildings, not campuses, and I was trying to keep it to the campuses.
Okay. The Mather, though, I would think would be considered a campus. It transcends 2 blocks. And that's very large. I mean, that's, I mean, is there any harm in adding, I mean, it seems like it would be more realistic to add northwest and northeast side.
Councilmember Kelly proposes a friendly amendment to replace northwest side with northwest and northeast sides. Councilmember Rogers, do you accept that?
How about if we just do north side? If we're going to do northeast to northwest, that's the north side.
That's fine.
Councilmember Rogers makes a friendly amendment to his own amendment to simply strike west, so that the sentence being added now reads, Evanston also has large senior housing campuses on the north side, which contribute to its high group quarters numbers, which will be added in the appropriate spot in the group quarters section. Will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Geracaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Harris. Aye. Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns. Councilmember Suffredin. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries and the proposed language will be added. And now on item 14, Councilmember Kelly.
So I'd like to move that we are provided with historical trends on race, ethnicity, age, and income. And I also will add the other additional tables that I would still like to see at the end of the meeting when I get those drafted. But for this, in this chart, I would like to see that added here. We do have it for greenhouse gas emissions from 2005, but that's about it. So I'd like to move that we also provide the trends and the goals as applies race, ethnicity, age, and income.
I will second, just for the point of discussion.
Councilmember Kelly moves that these historical trends be added. Councilmember Rogers seconds. Councilmember Rogers.
Is this the discussion we had earlier about item 1?
It is, yeah, so I'll submit a list with all of those tables.
Okay, so do we need a motion for this if we're going to ask staff to provide those for us at the next meeting?
I guess we don't, but I feel like in this chart, we don't, but in this chart, I will ask that it be added to these charts also here, because we list a lot of other things and how it's changed over time, but we don't identify those changes. So that's fine. We don't have to take a vote here.
Okay.
So you're withdrawing the motion? Okay. Great. Well, we did it. That was chapter 3. Now on chapter 4 in item 15, Councilmember Kelly, are you in agreement with the note that this is already included?
Is now in the draft. 4th bullet point. Let me just check it, page 30. So I'm looking at the bullet points.
Yeah, it's there.
Okay, it's in in today's document. So I'm looking at goals foster, you mean as in the title, foster a, add 4th bullet point, pedestrian zones? Okay, got it. Okay, so do we need to vote on that because it's in blue?
No, it's already been approved.
All right.
Okay. Item 16, I presume is also, it's not quite labeled as such because it's not on the table, but I assume it's also from Councilmember Kelly?
I'm sorry. Item 16?
Correct, item 16. This is
Okay,
again
so
about
that's part of
projected
the same
population.
request of the tables.
What's that?
So we'll skip that for now. That's part of the same request for tables that are lacking, missing.
Okay. Great. So now we come to chapter 5 on item 17, Councilmember Kelly.
Okay, so in the history of Evanston, in the description of Evanston, it listed the Charles Gate Dawes House as being in the 3rd ward. It's in the 1st ward. So that's just a correction. So that's done. We don't need to vote on that, do we?
I mean, everyone agrees, I'm sure, but let's just make a motion and everyone will vote yes.
Okay.
Or Sean, is it been corrected, you're saying?
It's been corrected?
It's changed.
Okay, all right, then we move on.
Okay.
It's been corrected.
Great, my bad, sorry. Now on item 18, Councilmember Rogers.
Yes. So this was a change that I had proposed because we had changed since the very beginning the retention of the industrial districts. And so saying that these areas are transitioning, I don't think is fully appropriate anymore. So I had proposed the following language, and I would move the following language, that after support local jobs, there be the sentence included. They also provide opportunities for light industrial use. As these areas adapt to include preferred uses, they will reduce the impact of blah, 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 blah. So it really is kind of removing the phrase about transition, identifying that we will be continuing industrial uses, although they will be lighter industrial uses, and that the areas will be adapting as opposed to transitioning away from industrial use.
I'll second that.
Was that a motion, Councilmember Rogers?
No, that was a motion.
Okay,
Yes.
Councilmember Rogers moves to adopt the proposed language, which is a little bit longer than what's in the text. Reading now, ... support local jobs. They also provide opportunities for light industrial use. As these areas adapt to include preferred uses, they will reduce the impact, ... Councilmember Geracaris seconds. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Geracaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries and the language is accepted. Now on item 19, Councilmember Kelly, it seems that this was deleted previously.
So there's no reference at all now to meeting climate goals with regard to downtown? Is that
No,
what-
I don't
I'm just
think that's
double-checking.
correct.
That's not correct, okay. Let's see.
I do recall that language being considered in the previous version, and we voted it down.
Okay, so this is page.
Right. I mean, we had a whole discussion about this, and I think the concern was this is a broad definition of climate impacts that is not a fully broad definition because it doesn't include, the various lifestyle changes that result from these kinds of living arrangements that may have pretty enormous carbon impacts. That's what I remember you describing, Councilmember Newsma.
So this is on page 45 of the August 4th document? Is that right? Am I right?
I think that's correct, yes.
Those are just proposed changes. So in the original document, it wouldn't be in the August 4th, it would be in the June 6th, right, to understand what the original language was? How can we see what the original language is with regard to downtown and climate goals?
You can look at the June.
Would be the June
8th,
6th document?
Or June, whatever that was, June 6th. We voted on this one already, though.
Correct.
So, okay, so future development, I see it now. So it says future development and zoning regulations in downtown Evanston. And are you saying that the whole paragraph that begins with future development down to place was deleted? What was deleted?
According to the notes that we have, we just copy pasted any notes that folks had forwarded to us, by the way. But this was the note that was listed, and the item that was listed underneath, add under downtown, was an item that was added by the environmental board, was approved by the land use commission, passed on to council, and deleted by council.
So the part that, so the paragraph, though, that starts with future, that stays there, future development and zoning regulations, and, no?
Councilmember Kelly, what you're attempting to do is add back one sentence in that paragraph. That sentence had been deleted by a vote of the council in a previous meeting.
And then why is it back here?
That's,
I think part of the, just point of order here, I think part of our information, whatever point I'm making, personal privilege, all the points. I think what's happened is
the eighth ward.
Some of our comments have carried over beyond their time. So I think that's what's happened in this case. I had to go through and cross out a couple of mine that were like, oh, we've already resolved that one. I can cross that out. So I think that's all that happened here.
No,
I think it was
you're
something that
suggesting-
probably was on your notes. We've already discussed it, and it just didn't get removed from your notes.
Okay, so I guess it would be bringing it back then, right? But can you just refresh my memory why we don't want to ensure that buildings meet climate goals and include whole building life cycle assessments?
I think the point was not that we oppose ensuring buildings meet climate goals. The point is, what is the aperture through which you analyze buildings' impact on climate goals? And this is like a broad but not universal aperture, and therefore results in a potentially skewed assessment.
So,
But also, I guess I do think Councilmember Newsom is making an important point, which is this was discussed and voted on by this body. And unless there's something that's changed since then, I would recommend against just literally relitigating a precise issue that's already been decided upon by this body.
okay. I mean, I think that's very important to have in there, but I'll accept that if we've already voted on it, but I would think we would want to do, this doesn't have anything in there in terms of assessing a building's energy use per se and overall greenhouse gas emissions. So I think it's really lacking in that there's no attempt in this paragraph to say that we're going to be looking at the overall impact on the environment. And that's the only, that sentence, that part does that.
Okay.
So, I would like to see that in there.
I would say if you want to make a motion and see if anyone's changed their mind, that's totally in order, but I don't think continuing to argue in circles makes any
Right,
sense.
okay. So I think it's really important that we are measuring the environmental impacts from construction to demolition of a building, that we're not just, that's included in our assessment. So I would like to motion that remain in this paragraph.
Is there a second? The motion fails for lack of a second. Item 20, Councilmember Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is, again, just changing language so that we're no longer transitioning our industrial districts. It's an adaptation of the industrial areas. So that's the change in the language here, is to reflect that we are maintaining those industrial districts, and they will not transition to something new.
Second.
Councilmember Rogers moves to replace the language, encourage the transition of industrial areas and buildings to support innovation, collaboration, and economic development through shared resources, with encourage the adaptation of industrial areas and buildings to include innovation, collaboration, and economic development through shared resources. Councilmember Newsom seconds. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Geracaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly. Councilmember Harris. Aye. Councilmember Isles.
Yes.
Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns. Councilmember Suffredin. Councilmember Davis. Aye. Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries and the change is accepted. Now on item 21, Councilmember Kelly.
Okay, so ensuring fiscal sustainability, I would like to add under policies and actions that we ensure fiscal sustainability and reduce financial burden on residents. Strengthen fiscal discipline and accountability, improve transparency in the budgeting process, control discretionary spending to avoid waste, prioritize investments that improve affordability and livability. and maintain efficient public services without unnecessary tax increases, reduce the financial burden on residents through responsible financial management.
Is that a motion?
That's a motion.
Is there a second? Councilmember Kelly moves to add and ensure fiscal sustainability portion with the bullets as just described. Councilmember Rogers seconds. Councilmember Nusma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not going to support the motion, although these are all great ideas. I think we should do all that stuff, but I don't think it belongs in the comprehensive plan.
Okay, would you like me to share?
Councilmember Rogers.
I would just say that, you know, comprehensive plans have changed. We seem to have taken some liberties with our own on exactly what is included in a comprehensive plan these days. So I don't have a problem including this as one of those things. We've strayed very far afield, again, I think, from the built environment, which is typically what a traditional comp plan has. We like to be innovative in Evanston. Let's be innovative.
Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Geracaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Nusma. Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
With 8 voting in favor and 1 voting against, the motion carries, and the ensure fiscal sustainability portion is added. And now on item 22, Councilmember Rogers.
I'd like to know what staff's comment means here, not aligned with proposed actions.
That in previous iterations of the plan and conversations with council, this does not allow with proposed actions.
Okay.
So I didn't hear that. Can you say that again, Aaron?
So that in previous plans, be they strategic or whatnot, or conversations held by council or council's goals, that this was not aligned with the proposed actions.
Okay. It's adaptive reuse. I'm just clarifying that we're doing this for both residential and commercial, so therefore I would make the motion to change the language on on policy statement 8 to read, encourage the adaptive reuse of existing or underused residential and commercial buildings to increase housing options.
Second.
Council, sorry, I didn't hear where the second came from. Great. Councilmember Rogers moves to replace the language, encourage the adaptive reuse of existing or underused buildings with encourage the adaptive reuse of existing or underused residential and commercial buildings to increase housing options. Councilmember Kelly seconds. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Geracaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Nusma. Aye. Councilmember Burns. Aye. Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries and the language is changed. And now on item 23, I will confess to not fully understanding item 23 myself.
So several of the items, Chair, were proposed at the first meeting when we looked at some of the more substantial concepts, if you will, on a broad basis. And there were several requests. One was a food access map. One was a new centers and corridor map, which is item 23. And then one was item 16, which was those projected population population projection, say that 10 times fast. And that was something that was removed from the plan, I believe, by the Land Use Commission. And then that language was put together via the recommendation of the City Council. And these items are in the packet to essentially just be approved, or for those that suggested them to have their review.
Councilmember Nusma. Councilmember Geracaris.
So I'd forwarded to staff. We'd have, there's a resident who'd shared some thoughts about improving the, centers and corridors. Like looking at that, I know South Evanston, there's a kind of a lack of corridors and centers in comparison to other places. And I think, we talked about the idea of, having commercial infill in neighborhoods to promote walkability. Do you think this might be something that is like a little bit deeper conversation? Would staff be open to meeting with myself and maybe looking at those maps and maybe integrating an updated version? Because I do feel, I know in the original, in my original comments back in June, we've been doing this since June, so I did have a desire to expand the centers and corridors. Since those meetings, we've also added kind of the goal to maybe eventually have 1 or 2 stops on the yellow line, which would kind of play into this. So I think, would this be, I think we can't hammer this out now. So do you want to just, can staff be up for meeting and then we'll come back with maybe a little modified version of this? I don't know if anyone else is interested, but can we have a straw poll to see, is anyone interested in updating this? Okay, so I'll meet with staff so we can move on.
Councilman Rogers, is your light? Do you still want to speak to this?
No, I just had a question about the neighborhood centers, but I can discuss that with staff.
Okay, great. Now on item 24, again, I'm sort of not fully understanding.
So Mayor, this coincided with that map. The vote, I believe, was to expand upon centers and corridors that had previously been pulled by the Land Use Commission. And then this was put back together. A new map was created, obviously not the finalized one just yet. And then this language was pulled together to support that.
Great. Okay. So don't look now, but we're at chapter 6. Councilmember Rogers, do you have something relative to item 25?
Yes, I would move that the language, investigate areas concerned, comprehensive stormwater management will help reduce flooding, protect infrastructural natural resources, and improve water quality. With the language, investigate areas of concern, implementation of comprehensive stormwater management will reduce the risk of future flooding, protect infrastructural and natural resources, safeguard water quality, and improve the quality of life.
Councilmember Rogers moves to swap the stormwater management language as just enunciated. Councilmember Nusma seconds. Councilmember Rogers.
I just want to say that this was language that was provided to me by the former head of MWRD, that he wanted language like this that was a little redundant in the initial. So I took a stab at rewriting it, incorporating his thoughts with staff's thoughts to produce the sentence that is before us now.
Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Geracaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Nusma. Councilmember Burns. Councilmember Suffredin. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries and the proposed language is adopted. Now on item 26, Councilmember Rogers.
Thank you. I realize that the staff believes that this is out of scope because cell towers are regulated by the FCC. However, I think it is important for us to emphasize the fact that there are people who do not have broadband access but still have access to the internet through their cell phones. And since we're talking about accessibility to the internet through the broadband, I think it's important to make that acknowledgement. So I would just like to propose adding the sentence so that the headline would be broadband and cell phone coverage instead of just broadband. And then we change the language where we talk about broadband providers to include cell phone providers as well, and that the sentence, other residents rely on a robust cell phone network as their only means of to access the internet for work, school, and leisure.
Is there a second? Councilmember Rogers moves to replace the word broadband with broadband and cell phone coverage. The word providers with providers and cell phone providers. And then to add, other residents rely on a robust cell phone network as their only means to access the internet for work, school, or leisure. Councilmember Sufferton seconds. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Geracaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Nusma. Aye. Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Barnes, sorry. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries and the language is accepted. Councilmember Rogers on item 27.
Mr. Mayor, I believe that's Councilmember Davis.
It is me for a change. Yeah, so when I was speaking to city staff most recently with regards to some of the stuff with the softball stadium, we talked about the need for more of a kind of long-term plan regarding our relationship with our institutional community members, large land holdings. So the idea of what do we want zoning to look like around Northwestern or for Northwestern over the next 10, 20 years. The same with the hospitals that we have, and also taking into consideration similar for some of our retirement homes, because there's been a couple of increases in like land acquisition in those areas as well. So they recommended something called a master plan campus, which I think is the correct terminology, but Sarah might be able to correct me if there's like a different word that should be used, but I believe that's the term, and I'd like us to be more intentional about our long-term plan with our major stakeholders in our community. So I'm making a motion to add the language in item number 27.
Could I just request, it is master planned campus, but rather than develop, it would be to allow or enable master planning master
I'm sorry,
planning.
could I interrupt with a
Absolutely.
point of order?
I think it's a point of information.
Point of information, point of information taken. I don't see this item in the PDF that I have in front of me that I've been tracking. I do see it on this one here and in the printout that Sean is just showing me, but it wasn't, so this seems like a new one that was added within the last.
This was the one that was sent out today.
Okay.
To all of you. And it's, you had, did we put,
So if you're on
let's give him a,
so it's,
Give me a second. I'm just requesting a minute to digest this.
but it's not online, correct?
it is not online.
Okay.
Correct.
Oh, this is one of Perry. Okay. It's one of Perry's email. Got it. Okay. It's pre-digested then.
Sorry. Thank you for the point of information. I now feel pointedly informed. Councilmember Davis, go ahead. Now we're caught up again. Yeah, no, so to be clear, just to, there is I think everyone's up to speed. There's a physical document we all have, which is up to date. And it's the bottom of page 11 of that document.
I'm sorry. I don't see this on my printout of Councilmember Davis's Word document either. But it's in here.
Yeah.
Has anyone else seen it before right now?
Jonathan, you definitely commented on this in the Word document I sent a week ago on September 8th.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Davis, you said it was in that document?
Yeah.
Yeah.
For some reason, it's not here in my printout of that, but perhaps
Okay.
I accidentally
It was
deleted
also
something.
emailed out
Anyway.
to everyone.
But we all have it in front of us, right? Okay.
Yes.
So back to Councilmember Davis.
Well, actually, Director Flax was explaining something about maybe how I should improve the language. Or I don't know.
I just would like to not say develop, because that proposes the city developing. It's creating campus, allowing master plans of campuses, but the property owners are ones who would develop it, and it would be handled very similarly to like a super plan development. They would come back and propose what they're doing, and this allows them greater ability to plan and continue. So maybe we could just work a little bit to tweak the language to make it clear that we're enabling the master plan campuses are something that, say, Presbyterian Homes would come to us and talk about their 20-year plan for their campus and say what types of things they want to do. It would proceed through land use and everything very much like a super PD, and then they would not have to come back with every building as long as they stayed within the parameters of that master plan. It makes planning much easier for organizations with campuses like the Three Crowns Park and Presbyterian Homes.
So is the word encourage instead?
Yeah, or encourage or allow, or yes, something in that way, enable.
Okay, I'll modify to encourage.
Thank you.
Sorry, can you explain the modification?
So instead of the word develop, it's just encourage. So encourage master plan campus for institutional community members with large land holdings.
Great. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Councilmember Davis moves to add CS 2.10, encourage master planned campus for institutional community members with large land holdings. Councilmember Rogers seconds. Councilmember Nusma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am all caught up now. Apologies for playing catch up here. I'm on board with this concept. I wonder if it might, however, be a better fit in the Neighbors and Places chapter under goal number 6, which is collaborate with local institutions to implement Envision Evanston 2045 and address emerging trends, which is on page 48 of the August 4 draft. I'm asking the question. I'm comfortable, I guess, either way. And I guess my question is to staff. Yeah, it might be a better fit as NP 6.4.
There is one section that was added for a policy about working with Northwestern. Let me just find where that is. That might actually be the best place for it.
So I don't want this to be specific to Northwestern, though.
Yeah, NP 6 reads collaborate with local institutions without getting more specific than that.
So, Councilmember Davis, do you have a preference?
How about this? I'm okay with just saying, if my motion could be that we have it added, this specific language, but staff can decide where to put it. Can we leave it to staff to decide later? I don't mind.
Councilmember Davis adjusts her motion to have this language, encourage master plan campus for institutional community members with large land holdings, to be added at the appropriate place. I think that's totally fine. Councilmember Newsom, you okay with that?
Yep.
Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Geracaris?
Sorry, time out. Councilmember Kelly, was your light on?
Sorry, I just wanted to get some clarification. So we're talking about master plans for the property belonging to the campuses, obviously, that belong to these institutions, correct? Right. So we're encouraging them to develop a master plan in collaboration with the city, or just encouraging them to develop a master plan?
They would develop them and they would be submitted like a proposal similar to a planned development, and they would go through the process, the same type of process, and be reviewed the same way. It would be like a super PD.
Okay. And so we're saying that doesn't happen now?
It does not. Although we have been in discussions about planning with institutions like this where they say they have long-term planning and they're trying to figure out how best to organize their plans and come to us. So it's something that we have discussed with some of them.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Geracaris.
I abstain.
Councilmember Kelly. Councilmember Harris. Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns. Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
For a minute, I thought I might have to break a tie there. With 8 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries, and the language will be added. Now, Councilmember Rogers on item 28.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This really is just kind of cleaning up language because this is a 20-year plan that will have a rolling target. So saying over the next 20 years, in 15 years, is that 20 years from that point? So I would just suggest removing the language over the next 20 years because I think it's very clear then that as our water mains age, we should be removing lead service lines as part of that. Plus, there are federal government guidelines that are constantly seeming to be a little bit in flux here as well.
I'll second.
Councilmember Rogers moves to continue and expand the lead service line replacement program and replace all water mains over 80 years old over the next 20 years. With continue and expand the lead service line replacement program and replace all water mains over 80 years old. Councilmember Geracaris seconds. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Geracaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly. Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles. Councilmember
Aye.
Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns. Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis. Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries and the language is accepted. Now on item 29, Councilmember Davis.
I'm proposing continue to establish agreements and zoning practices that facilitate, actually, I'm taking that part out based on a recommendation from Councilmember Newsma. So practices that protect residents and promote a positive relationship between residents and Northwestern's operations. Just the Ryan Field Memorandum of Understanding I thought was a good step towards managing expectations. And I've noticed that a lot of the, like when we talk about the softball stadium again, we didn't have a memorandum of understanding in place before. So we didn't have really, practices in place to really clarify what our expectations were in the relationship. But I also think that it makes good sense to have the Ryan Field and also the other Northwestern zoning to be separate. So having the U and the T districts, because we run into unique issues for those districts that I think it makes it easier to coordinate and also make changes that don't have unintended effects on other community members or institutions. So essentially I'm asking that we keep doing the things that we've already been doing that have worked out well for us. So my motion is to add CS 6.1, maintain and continue to establish agreements and zoning practices that protect residents and promote a positive relationship between residents and Northwestern's operations.
Is there a second?
I will second.
Councilmember Davis proposes the addition of CS 6.1, maintain and continue to establish agreements and zoning practices that protect residents and promote a positive relationship between residents and Northwestern's operations. Councilmember Rogers seconds. Will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Geracaris.
I abstain.
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns. Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
With 8 voting in favor, none voting against, and 1 abstention, the motion carries and the item will be added. Now in Chapter 7, Councilmember Geracaris, do you have on item 30?
Yeah, I move to combine bullet points 6 and 7. They both refer to our bike infrastructure, and I've been working with staff, and their suggestion was to combine those two, and make it be a bit more streamlined.
Is there a second?
Second.
Councilmember Geracaris moves to combine bullet points 6 and 7 into the following bullet point 6, enhance Evanston's cycling network to support safe, convenient, everyday local and regional travel by bike for people of all ages and abilities. Councilmember Harris seconds. Will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Geracaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns. Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries, and that change will be effectuated. Now on item 31, Councilmember Newsma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Let me read from the latest and greatest packet here. I want to modify the text in the walking section, which is on page now 62 of the latest draft, to replace the words well-maintained with albeit aging and with some gaps. That's not quite clear in what we're looking at here. The well-maintained should have been crossed out, and albeit aging and with some gaps should be underlined to indicate that it's new language.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Councilmember Newsma moves to modify the text in the walking section by replacing the words "and well-maintained" with the words "albeit aging and with some gaps." Councilmember Rogers seconds. Will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Geracaris.
Aye.
Councilmember.
Aye.
Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns. Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries and the modification is accepted. Councilmember Rogers on item 32.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. So this was something that Councilmember Newsman and I did talk about a little bit. I feel that there has to be some acknowledgement in our getting around that only 12% of our population works and lives in Evanston. We have a lot of people who are driving to and from Evanston for work. I don't have any proposed language. I'd be very interested in knowing how this is an inaccurate depiction from staff.
I think the biggest crux with this, even though it's listed as a discussion item, so I'm happy to open the floor for you to discuss, is that we cannot confirm that driving is a primary mode of transportation and predicated on the workforce that travels to and from the city. We unfortunately don't have data that confirms that that's true. And so
I thought I had seen that data in one of our number of people.
It's
who are
definitely in
coming.
CMAP data.
there is data that indicates who works to and from Evanston to the city, whether that's a reverse commute, meaning they live in the city and head to Evanston, or if they live in Evanston and work in the city. There's also data on the modes of transportation folks use. They, however, are not connected.
When you say they're not mapped, what does that mean?
Sure. So we have data for both of those items separate from one another, but we don't have a causal relationship between the two.
But we know lots of people are coming and going from the city. We know lots of people are driving, but we don't know that they're driving to and from the city.
No, we don't know that they're driving to and from the city for work.
Okay.
So workforce is the problem.
All right. I'll do some.
I disagree.
I'll do some deep diving into CMAP and see if I can
You don't
find
have to do
something,
deep
because-
diving. I will send a screenshot right now along with a link to everyone. Like it's very clear as day in CMAP data.
Councilmember Kelly, followed by Nusma.
Thank you, Councilmember Davis, for sharing that. I also know we have a resident here who has done a lot of studying on driving in Evanston. I don't know if if you would like to share, Mr. Smith, some of your research. I think you did, no? Okay. I thought you did provide us. Yeah, I would love to see those. Thank you.
Councilmember Nusma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Rogers, I just want to direct your attention to the first sentence in that paragraph, which reads, despite the variety of transit options, driving remains the primary mode of travel for Evanston residents, which seems to be the point you're trying to make.
That
So
may have been where I saw or drew that information from.
what else do you want to add to that, if anything? Because it's already in there.
I would like to tie it into the fact that our workforce is traveling, potentially, although I'm being told we can't make that. One is not a causation of the other.
But the paragraph continues, reading about 47% of workers age 16 or older commute by car. I'm paraphrasing here. Evanston car commuters drive an average of 11,000 miles per year, et cetera, et cetera. So there's some data there. Perhaps there could be more. But I think your general point that cars are still primary is already baked into the existing text.
Okay. We can move along. I will do some bigger
deeping?
Bigger deeping, yes. It's getting late. My tongue's not working anymore.
Speaking of which, Councilmember Rogers, how about item 33?
Yep, item number 33. So obviously the last section, this was one of those carryovers from a proposal that was made before we had moved through some of this stuff. The one thing that I do think is important to do here is that we should acknowledge that the improvements we are making riders feel safer, and that is substantiated through the survey number 1, charts 8A and 8B, where our bikers are telling us they're feeling safer. We by all means have not reached where we should be, but we're making progress, and I think it's important to acknowledge our progress as we move forward. We're doing the right thing.
I'll second.
Councilmember Rogers moves to.
So, Mr. Mayor, I'll make the official motion with the language for you. So it's.
But is it the one in the text or something else?
It's just striking. There are also new challenges presented by the introduction of e-bikes and electric scooters, since that's covered off in a separate area.
Got it. Okay. So I'll read it out loud then. Councilmember Rogers moves to replace the language. Evanston has made significant progress toward creating a bike-friendly environment. However, the following challenges continue to limit those who choose to cycle. With Evanston has made significant challenges toward Evanston has made significant progress toward creating a bike-friendly environment, and those improvements have made riders feel safer. However, the following challenges continue to limit those who choose to cycle. Councilmember Geracaris seconds. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Geracaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly. Councilmember Harris. Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Nusma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns. Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries and the proposed language is accepted. Councilmember Nusma on item 34.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am proposing we add a new action under Goal 1 on page 69 of the latest document. That goal would be GA 1.5, about exploring plans for a city-operated or subsidized bus circulator. The wording continues. I don't need to read it, I don't think.
I'll second it.
Councilmember Newsman moves to add GA 1.5, explore plans for city-operated or subsidized local bus circulator service free to all residents connecting major shopping, employment, transit, and civic destinations to residential areas, particularly those not presently well-served by existing bus and rail routes. Councilmember Isles seconds. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Geracaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly. Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns. Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries and the action is added. Now on item 35, Councilmember Rogers.
I'm sorry, my microphone isn't on. This is in changing the language in GA 5.3. I've made a slight tweak in conversation with Councilmember Newsma on this. So it would now read, identify locations for temporary or permanent pedestrian malls or car-free streets with input from area residents and other stakeholders.
Second.
Can you repeat the language one more time, Councilmember?
So it's the language that is there, identify locations for temporary or permanent pedestrian malls or car-free streets with input. I'm sorry, that's where it would end. Then my addition is with input from area residents and other stakeholders.
Oh, got it. Okay. Councilmember Rogers proposes to add the language with input from area residents and other stakeholders at the end of GA 5.3. Councilmember Newsma, I think, seconds?
Yes.
Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Geracaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly. Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns. Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries and the addition is accepted. On item 36, Councilmember Kelly, do you accept that this is already approved by council?
I do, though I don't, but I don't think we need the note in there. The note was just my explanation as to staff why I was adding that in there. So, it's just to allocate more space for pedestrians along the collector and arterial roadways by expanding sidewalk space, corner bump outs, et cetera. But I don't think we need the note.
Sorry, explain.
I mean, if we already voted on it, but I don't think we voted on the note too. I'm just saying that should be struck. If we already discussed this and voted on it, which we can just,
we can
just,
skip
but
it.
just strike the note. We don't, the note
The
doesn't.
note was your commentary.
Right.
What you wanted to
Right,
add
like
has already
the-
been added.
Correct.
We
I'm
can
just
move
saying,
on.
just strike the note though.
Yeah, the note is not in the text.
The note's not in the.
Okay.
On item 37, Councilmember Geracaris.
I move approval of the proposed language for bullet point 10, encourage a greater adoption of electric vehicles, EVs, and car sharing services to reduce emissions. The only change is adding car sharing services to the bullet point.
Second.
Councilmember Geracaris moves to make slight revisions to bullet point 10 so that it reads, encourage a greater adoption of electric vehicles, EVs, and car sharing services to reduce emissions. Councilmember Newsma seconds. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Geracaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns. Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries and the revision is approved. Now on item 38, Councilmember Newsma.
Okay, I am proposing adding another goal under goal 10, which is on page 72. This would be GA 10.6, to develop programs to support the installation of EV charging stations at existing multifamily buildings. This is something that might already be in there. Yeah. Are we good? So we're skipping this one? Okay. Sounds familiar, so I guess we're moving on from that one.
On item 39, Councilmember Geracaris.
I'll make a motion to update the language for bullet point 13, create a comprehensive network of green, complete streets to support sustainable multimodal travel throughout Evanston. This is in reference to our bike plan that is in the works. The previous language said green and complete streets. The bike plan references green complete streets, so that's just a slight change. And there's also another reference on 103. There might be others in the document, but those are the two I found.
I'll second.
Councilmember Geracaris moves to revise bullet point 13 so that it reads, create a comprehensive network of green complete streets to support sustainable multimodal travel throughout Evanston, not only here on page 72, but also page 103 and elsewhere as needed. Councilmember Isles seconds. Councilmember Kelly.
I would like to propose amending it just to add that is coordinated with multimodal travel and with surrounding communities. Would you? I won't say friendly amendment. I'd like to amend it to say, just add that is coordinated with surrounding communities.
Sure. Fine.
All right.
Just of green complete streets that is coordinated with surrounding communities?
Right. Well, it's the multimodal travel that we're looking at. I don't think I needed to repeat that.
No, I'm just saying, where exactly do you want the words that?
Oh, I'm sorry, at the end, where
At the very
the
end,
period
okay.
is, we just say that is coordinated with surrounding communities.
Okay, Councilmember Kelly makes a friendly amendment to add the words that is coordinated with surrounding communities at the end of the sentence. Councilmember Geracaris accepts. So would the clerk please take the roll on the now friendlily amended proposal?
Councilmember Geracaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles. Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns. Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries and the proposal is accepted. Now on item 40, Councilmember Geracaris.
I propose adding action 11, prioritize policies to address disparities in environmental burdens identified in the 2025 Environmental Equity Investigation and any subsequent updates to this investigation. This suggestion came to us from our friends at Climate Action Evanston. They're working on the environmental equity investigation, and we'll have findings going forward. So I think it's really important for us to have this referenced in the document.
Councilmember Geracaris moves to add action 11, prioritize policies to address disparities in environmental burdens identified in the 2025 Environmental Equity Investigation and any subsequent updates to this investigation. Councilmember Harris seconds. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Geracaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly. Councilmember Harris. Aye. Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns. Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries and the action is accepted. Now on item 41, Councilmember Rogers.
Yeah, so this is just adding in a sentence after mid-sized canopy trees to take their place. It then becomes the city should make a concerted effort to replace parkway and public trees quickly and with a diverse variety of species suited to an urban environment.
Second.
Councilmember Rogers moves to replace the language mid-sized canopy trees to take their place with the language mid-sized canopy trees to take their place, period. The city should make a concerted effort to replace parkway and public trees quickly and with a diverse variety of species suited to an urban environment. Councilmember Newsma?
Yes.
Seconds. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Geracaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly. Councilmember Harris. Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns. Councilmember Suffredin, Councilmember Davis,
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries and the language is accepted. Councilmember Rogers, now on item 42.
Yeah, so is this, staff has noted that this is redundant, it's been included. Is this something that's changed, that we're now putting in? I think the only difference I have added in here is the without compromising safety concerns. Is that somewhere else in the document, or because it's listed as redundant and it already says it's included, but I don't know where that is. I'll make a motion then, since I'm getting a nod from someone on staff. I would move in ENV 1.4 that we add the language after the word possible without compromising safety concerns.
Second.
It's actually 2.4.
I'm sorry,
It's a
2.4?
typo.
Typo?
Yes.
Councilmember Rogers moves to add the words without compromising safety concerns at the end of ENV 2.4. Councilmember Geracaris seconds. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Geracaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly. Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember, did I skip you? Councilmember Harris again? Jesus. Okay, Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns. Councilmember Suffredin. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries and the change is accepted. Now on item 43, where we learned that this double F becomes a capital X in this font. Typesetting idiosyncrasy, if ever there was one, seems to be consistent. Councilmember Rogers.
Yes, I would propose 2 new items here. One being ENV 3.7, develop a program to allow residents to subsidize replacement trees that are larger in caliper and that should be grow more quickly, not grown more quickly. I would also move item ENV 3.8, develop a policy to prune parkway trees, striking the words 212 feet above grade. So we'll just read parkway trees regularly to promote a healthier urban forest and permit light to reach the pedestrian space.
Second.
Councilmember Rogers moves the following 2 additions. ENV 3.7 that reads, develop a program to allow residents to subsidize replacement trees that are larger in caliper and grow more quickly. And ENV 3.8, develop a policy to prune parkway trees regularly to promote a healthier urban forest and permit light to reach the pedestrian space. Councilmember Geracaris seconds. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Geracaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly. Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Suffredin. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries and the additions are accepted. And now on item 44, Councilmember Newsma.
I am proposing we add an additional goal under Goal 8 on page 81. That goal would be ENV 8.9, develop a citywide mandatory composting program. Yes, it's in CARP, but it's worth listing here too. That last sentence was a commentary. I'm not suggesting we add that language.
Would you accept a friendly amendment to add that language in? Because I think it's kind of funny.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Councilmember Newsome moves to add action Env 8.9, develop citywide mandatory composting program. Councilmember Rogers seconds. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Geracaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly. Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns. Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries and the action is added. You guys, we're on Chapter 9. Councilmember Kelly.
So I wonder, I just sent the tables just in case we end up adjourning at some time, hopefully soon. I just want to make sure that gets voted on. I said I'd bring those back, the tables for our next meeting. So I wonder if we could vote on those. It's Councilmember Burns' suggestion just to remotion the ones that we'd like to see. So
Yeah, well, let's do that now. So Councilmember Kelly moves that the comprehensive plan include tables that provide tables that include numbers and percentages for racial demographics over 20 years, ownership type table, which includes owner occupied, mom and pop landlords, institutional property investors, nonprofit / public housing, local real estate investors, et cetera.
yeah, I described this before at length in my first document, so I didn't go through. I just listed them and I eliminated about 4 of the categories I'd asked for. So I reduced it down to 5. I didn't describe them all.
Density heat maps over 20 years, housing stock over 20 years, tenure and ownership versus rental. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Councilmember Rogers seconds. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Geracaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns. Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries, and the request for these tables is affirmed. And I guess I would just say, if there's specific things in here that our staff sees as impossible, I would suggest that get communicated with Councilmember Kelly and perhaps the whole council well in advance of our next meeting, so that there's just clarity about what can and cannot be done and why. So vibe check, we're making a lot of progress. It's pretty late. I would personally suggest that we have Chapter 9, which is not too much of a beast in front of us, and I'd suggest that we push forward through Chapter 9 and potentially stop at that point. How does that plan sound to folks up here?
Good plan.
What's that?
Second.
Okay. We're going to be without a clerk after Chapter 9, so no one wants me to call the roll. So on item 45, Councilmember Rogers.
Yeah, so I think there's something missing in the words above. Let me get to that page. It just sort of says, there's a comment that it says something like, hey, we've got a bunch of parks, and then it just lists some, but it doesn't really give clarification as to exactly what that list is. So it says nearly 100 parks, including those owned by Lighthouse Park District, Ridgeville Park District, the Village of Skokie, and Cook County. And then it just lists some random parks without any clarification as to why these parks are listed and not others. So it might just need additional language there to sort of say why these parks are listed, or it might say such as or something like that, but it's.
It all falls under the lakefront is a hub for and visitor. The paragraph that starts the lakefront is a hub for year-round activities, including blah blah blah, and then it says visitors can enjoy parks, playgrounds, bike and pedestrian paths, and these are all just listed out things under there. I think that was just the intent, to give examples.
Okay, maybe there's just something you can put after that bullet point to help clarify that a little bit, or something like that, or. lakefront parks or whatever, or however we do that, just to make it clear.
No, it's
Because
really even-
when I looked at it, I was just kind of like, why these parks are listed and not others? But I don't need to belabor that because we're going to get through chapter 9 really fast because I'm also running low on battery on my computer and I don't have a charging cord. So this one, I'll actually, Mr. Mayor, if you'd like to call on me for the next thing.
Councilmember Rogers on item 46.
Thank you. This was something that I discovered that National Recreation and Parks Association is not using this metric anymore from what I was able to see. They specifically stopped doing this in 2019, but I also know that there is new language from the Parks and Rec Board about how much parks were seeking ideally for members. So I'll work with staff on that language particularly because, I mean, my language was to strike it, but then Councilmember Newsome said there's some new Parks and Rec Board language that may be more appropriate there, which is citing what we want, not necessarily a national organization which is no longer using those types of metrics. So I think that kills off 46 and 47.
On item 40,
Let me just clarify, Councilmember Rogers, are you intending to work on that language and bring it back for next time?
Yep, I'll talk with staff and make sure we get the Parks and Rec Board language in to reflect that.
I have it. We can do that, and then we'll talk about it next time.
Yep.
speaking of you, item 48, Councilmember Newsome.
48, okay, this, I'm going to we're talking about PR 2.6. Give me a second to pull this up on the document. There is no PR 2.6 in this one. Is it 2.5? I'm sorry. It's written, it's a typo. It says 2.6. It should be PR 2.5. And I am suggesting we add Northwestern University to this item. It currently reads, coordinate with District 65 and District 202 to make better community use of outdoor open space associated with elementary, middle, and high schools. If we're only talking about playgrounds, what we have, it makes sense. But if we're talking about open space more generally, it makes sense to include Northwestern. So let's, my question to staff is, help me understand what we're talking about here. Which one is it? And if it is everything, I would like to add Northwestern.
Yeah, the intention of that originally was for playgrounds, but if we want to expand the scope, more than happy to.
Okay, I mean, a large portion of the open space in the city of Evanston is on the Northwestern campus, so I think it's worth taking into account. So what do I have here? It seems to have lost a little bit of clarity in successive copy and pastes. I will make the amendment for that paragraph to read, coordinate with District 65, District 202, and Evanston Township. Let me start over again. Coordinate with District 65, District 202, and Northwestern University to make better community use of outdoor open space, period.
Is there a second?
Second.
She can have it.
Councilmember Newsome moves to amend PR 2.5 so that it reads, coordinate with District 65, District 202, and Northwestern University to make better community use of outdoor open space. In a mad scrum, Councilmember Harris wins the battle to second. Councilmember Kelly.
So, you know, I take it this is focused on the city's playgrounds, correct? So I'm just trying, and I understand your thought is on Northwestern's open grounds. You're not asking Northwestern to help us figure out how to use our playgrounds. Are you?
No.
I mean, I just want to
I just wanted to clarify, are we talking just about playgrounds, or are we talking about all open space? The answer is we're talking about all open space. So let's make sure Northwestern is part of the conversation.
Okay, so we would be addressing Northwestern's open space.
Right.
Also, okay.
Will the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Geracaris.
Abstain.
Councilmember Kelly. Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns. Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
With 8 voting in favor, none voting against, and 1 abstention, the motion carries and the revision is accepted. And now on item 49, Councilmember Newsma.
Give me 1 second. I think, yeah, what I'm doing in this one is inserting the word cost, the words cost effective. It already reads, develop a multi-year capital improvement and funding plan, et cetera, et cetera. I am inserting the words cost effective.
I'll second.
Councilmember Newsma moves to add the word cost effective to PR 3.3 so that it reads, develop a cost effective multi-year capital improvement and funding plan that includes a park replacement matrix with equity components to support inclusive programs for all ages and abilities. Councilmember Rogers seconds. Councilmember Kelly.
Typo, it's actually 3.2.
Sorry, 3.2. Councilmember Kelly.
So I like that. I just feel like multi-year. I would like long-term or something that doesn't mean just 2 or 3 years.
Happy to accept a friendly amendment to replace multi-year with long-term.
Okay.
Councilmember Kelly makes a friendly amendment to replace multi-year with long-term. Councilmember Newsma accepts the friendly amendment. What is before the council now reads PR 3.2. Develop a cost-effective long-term capital improvement and funding plan that includes a park replacement matrix with equity components to support inclusive programs for all ages and abilities. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Geracaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly. Councilmember Harris.
Aye.
Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Newsma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns. Councilmember Sufferton. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries and the changes are accepted. Councilmember Rogers, on item 50, do you accept that this has already been approved by council?
I think this is just one of those legacy things that's been carried over.
Great. Well, we finished, we got through 9 chapters, so great job, team. Wait, don't go anywhere. We have 3 things, actually, okay, right, so we have 2 things to do. So we'll start with traffic direction. I definitely am on Team Isles. I think the amount of progress that we made tonight is entirely consistent with the idea that at our next meeting, which will not have 2 separate public input periods, and therefore whose work section can begin earlier, we ought to be able to finish. And so what I would ask of everyone, council and staff both, is well in advance of the next meeting to have questions ironed out, confusions about what may not yet be incorporated that we would like incorporated, resolved, so that items like some of the things that we just went over where there was kind of discussions that needed to occurred, so that we can come to the next meeting and complete this process and come out of that meeting with a direction to staff to do the final, what they used to in kindergarten at Willard call fancying and fixing of universalizing the tone, addressing typos, other copy editing, graphic design, beautification, so that then the meeting after could have an adoption of something that council has agreed upon. I think that goal is reasonable. I think it is consistent, again, with the pace that we were working at tonight. And I think that it's what we owe the community, again, given the urgency of some of these issues. Yeah, I'll leave it at that. In order to make sure that our next discussion on this is both on a Monday night that works and long enough from now that those asks that I just made are reasonable and things that I think are absolutely achievable by absolutely everybody who I asked to prepare for that, I would entertain a motion to continue the public hearing to October 20th.
Mr. Mayor?
What's that?
Yes.
Yes, so we opened a public hearing, we finished the part where we get public testimony, but the public hearing will end when we complete our work.
So that would mean on October 20th, we get right to work. There is
Exactly.
not another round of public comment.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a first round of public comment, but there
No,
certainly would
so-
not be a public input session like we had tonight.
So what we would do is do like we've done before on land use, is the public comment falls after the work is done by the body.
Which everyone would love.
You've got to have a public comment in somewhere, but if you're in an open hearing, having public comment is very contradictory to the intent of the public hearing. It would have to be public testimony.
Understood.
Correct? I see council shaking her head, so I'm not just making this up.
Understood. Councilmember Kelly.
So just so it's very clear, because there's a lot of confusion about this evening in the community, so since it's a hearing, there would be testimony first, just
No,
like tonight.
the testimony happened tonight.
So that's it. So well, then I would say in that case, since we're going to be deliberating and voting, that we should allow for public comment ahead of time.
So
I mean, I want input. I don't know about the rest of you, but I think it's great to get public input.
Yeah, I will confer with the legal department and figure out what the rules permit. And in general, my instinct is the same as yours, council member, but I'm also not interested in breaking the rules or the law. And so we'll figure that out well in advance of October 20th. Is there a motion?
I would move that we continue the public hearing discussing the comprehensive general plan until October 20th at 6 o'clock.
I would propose 5, just to be safe.
I would propose 6 o'clock.
It's your motion.
Just because it is difficult for some of us who work day jobs to be here right at 5.
Okay.
On a
second.
consistent, regular basis.
That's fair.
How about 5:30?
5:30.
Would you entertain a friendly amendment?
Oh, you know how I feel about friendly amendments, but
Would you?
a hostile amendment. If the majority of the council feels 5:30 is better, I will acquiesce and make my motion to 5:30 on October 20th in council chambers.
Second.
Councilmember Rogers, at the conclusion of a collaborative process wherein compromise was achieved for the betterment of the people of Evanston, moves that we continue the public hearing to discuss the comprehensive general plan to 5:30 p.m. Monday, October 20th, 2025, to be held here in council chambers. Councilmember Harris seconds. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Councilmember Geracaris.
Aye.
Councilmember Kelly.
Aye.
Councilmember Harris. Aye. Councilmember Isles.
Aye.
Councilmember Nusma.
Aye.
Councilmember Burns.
Aye.
Councilmember Sefferden. Aye. Councilmember Davis.
Aye.
Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
With 9 voting in favor and none voting against, the motion carries, and the public hearing is continued to October 20th at 5:30 p.m. here. I want to thank everyone in the community for their engagement. I want to thank everyone in council for their collaborative work on this process. I want to thank staff for just working your tails off on this. And I want to thank in advance everyone for the work, particularly in the first half of the period between now and October 20th, that all of us will do to ensure that we have a productive and successful meeting resolving this process on October 20th. Councilmember Geracaris.
I just want to make a quick announcement. no, don't take this personal, but my favorite committee is meeting tomorrow night, HCDC, and we will be discussing the strategic housing plan. And then on Wednesday, at our 9th Ward meeting, we will be discussing the strategic plan with the public and start the conversation. I don't know if I've already read through it, interesting stuff there, but I think it's a great start to the conversation about how we're going to get more affordable housing and what policies we can enact so we can, incentivize what community members want to see built.
Well, Councilmember Geracaris correctly identified that there's, for some reason, not a call of the wards on the agenda, and also that if there had been, he would have been first. And so just manifested call of the wards. And we believe in treating all council members equally up here. And so let's just call the wards it. Councilmember Kelly.
No report.
Councilmember Harris.
Actually, a house was moved today from the 2nd Ward to the 9th Ward. It was an amazing event, and hopefully everybody will go check it out. That's it.
Councilmember Isles.
I moved my office hours to Wednesday because I have a committee meeting tomorrow, and we have this meeting tonight, so 6 to 8 p.m. at Hoosier Mamas.
Councilmember Nusma.
No report.
Councilmember Burns.
Yeah, I realized kind of halfway through our meeting that a concern that Councilman Rogers had, I did not respond to about the amendment that I made earlier. I didn't respond to well at all. In my mind, for a brief moment, I thought about the comprehensive plan being coupled to zoning, and so I reacted in the way I did. Like, well, I wish it did, but it doesn't. Basically, the reason why it's important is if you read through what I said, before any citywide zoning rewrite or other major zoning reform is drafted for public review, the city shall commission or prepare an independent analysis that uses national and regional research, adapts it to Evanston's conditions, and examines how the proposed zoning changes. So the problem is, at least the way we've all talked about our comprehensive plan, while it gives sets of vision and broad goals, we're not actually coming up with proposals. There's no proposals to evaluate. And so without proposals to evaluate, we can't possibly accurately project impacts. And so that's really what that amendment got to. So I wanted to make sure that was clear, did not respond to that well at all. I wanted to make sure I get that on the record. Thank you.
Councilmember Davis.
I think she's gone.
Councilmember Rogers.
There is an 8th Ward meeting on Thursday night. It's a virtual meeting, and we will be discussing rats.
Pro or anti?
Agnostic. We're either way.
You love to hear it. And with that, seeing nothing further to discuss, the September 15th special meeting is adjourned, though the public hearing is continued. Did I get that right? Yep. Watch this.